Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome on in. Welcome on in to another only somewhat impromptu episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Greetings, Mr. Jason. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well today in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in right at the beginning. Good timing. Means you won't miss anything. Hopefully. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment and just thank this month's Cycle's contributors. I would like to continue to thank Monkey Funk 4D and Mr. Rowan Darcy, who have continued to have their subscriptions active during this time. Much obliged. Hope you guys enjoy the benefits that come along with those. I've worked really hard in the emotes, among other things. And then, while I do not have any patrons for this month's cycle, and no one-off contributors either, I would like to thank Rasby for their continued Valkyrie subscription that has moved into the new month cycle. Much appreciated. I hope you enjoy the benefits that come along with the coffee member subscription or like membership package. Just go ahead and do. Oh, of course, that would be the one placard I failed to update in the appropriate amount of time. I'll make sure that that's changed for the cycle in the future. Let's go ahead and play the camera adjustment game. I guess that'll have to do. You wouldn't. Mr. Jason says I wouldn't want to miss any quality content. Thank you, thank you. Also, I would like to apologize for the missed question. I mean, it's not affecting you. It's one of those. I told you I would do a thing, and then well, I still had to sort out a lot of my personal headspace that had nothing to do with the question, so... but rest assured, I will ask it soon. Promise. I did see the post in the TCC. I'm thinking after today, I can probably get a little bit of a start on that. Just so I've gotten the notice out of the way in case I can't or somehow don't get to typing around on the Discord for whatever reason. No rush, Mr. Jason says. I just hope I'm able to answer it for you. Thanks. So, first, let's do some bookkeeping. And by bookkeeping, I mean... Let's start with what happened last time. Last time, we had a short stream. We had a 3-hour-long stream where we started exploring the many cave systems that dot the Sahasra Hill landscape, including some that, you know, sprawl across the wetlands that are nearby the slope. And yes, even some near the promenade. Promenade. I've heard I've heard it both ways. Pretty sure it's promenade though. Today, I think we also did a couple of shrines too. Today we're gonna wrap up on the surface, and then we're gonna, you know, get to the chasm where we can explore the underground. That should be today's episode. Let me also just make sure before I continue, there's like... Okay, I need like a separate timer for this. For now, I'm going to disable the ad timer. Otherwise, at 1 p.m., we're going to have a very rude awakening when they're going to be ads, and we don't want that. Yeah, hopefully everybody enjoys today's thumbnail. My apologies for not having had that released yesterday, but again, mind was in a headspace, and I spent some time, I spent some amount of time trying to fix the audio for the vlog. I'm just gonna have to re-record it, but that's fine. I've had a chance to simmer down and have some conversations, so with any luck, I will be a little bit less unhinged in the vlog. Ongoing process is what I'll say there. Assuming we do get done, we will head into the Lanayru region, and I will put out that vote for the when do we want to go do a Kala episode. Like, I'll have that little decision minted out by the end of today. Promise. Without further ado, one other bit of bookkeeping. I went and made some food. We had the elixirs beforehand, as well as the energizing veggie porridge. We already had that. But I did go ahead and make some food items, so I'm not constantly digging into the apple stash, so to speak. And then I went ahead and made our hover bike for the episode, and hopefully we get to keep it this time for a good little bit. Oh, nice. Mr. Jason says, recap. Last time we had some quality content, and today we also aim to have quality content. Content, even. That is the goal. I always try to have that as a goal, to try to have nice quality content. We're gonna wait for the blood moon to show up. And you go on to say, I apologize in advance if you're not able to answer said query. No worries. No worries. The assurance that if it could be answered, it shall be answered is good enough for me. Now, I suppose our next thing I need to do is actually mark some spots to, like, check out, huh? Let's see. We're in the promenade. We might as well finish and, like, sweep around in that general direction. Let's see. This looks to be about the spot. No. It'll probably be underneath the bridge then, based on what the map is saying. If you guys want to follow along, let me make sure. Yep, okay. StreamerBot is active for you guys on Twitch. ! TotK MAP will get you the object map. That is what I'm using to help me mark many of these locations to go exploring, as well as all of our Korok seeds. For you guys on YouTube, it'll be *TotK MAP. I will also have a timed command or a timed statement going out every so often that lets everybody know, on YouTube, hey, these are what the commands are. I also have a list of that stuff available on the Discord, too. Like, I work really hard to make sure you guys have access to information you need for the thank you very much for that, Mr. Jason. Yeah, we vote on things on the Discord. It's like the main gimmick I have. And I suppose apart from voting on stuff, right, there is also the I guess we haven't really technically finished checking out this cave, so we should do that. We vote on things. I release thumbnails to you guys. I have quite a few perks that come as a result of. I think that's what that is right there. That come as a result of joining the Discord, and it's a pretty quiet place, all things considered. So if you like quiet Discords, at the very least, feel free to consider joining mine. Also, most of the benefits are Discord derived, and you don't want to miss out on, you don't want to miss out on what your peers are having, right? Sorry, that's a bit too much FOMO, but you get my point. Like, 90% of the benefits are Discord derived, so it would really suck if you couldn't make use of those. Just making sure I don't have any. I think we're getting ready to like wrap up most of the caves and or wells. Yeah, I feel like we've got. I'll do a little bit of a sweep once we're done exploring. But for now, let's just get moving. Mr. Jason says they shall wait, but if it's about what I'm thinking that it might be, I need to be very careful when discussing clients. Of course. Probably, Mr. Jason. Your intuition is probably correct. That's about as much as I want to say on the camera. Trust me, you'll be able to get a confirmation of that today. In fact, let me do you and myself a favor and write that down. Okay, wrote it down. I guess while I'm at it, you know, I can probably talk about some of the contents of the vlog. I'm in a better place to talk about it. I think I could probably, you know, talk about it on air. Hold on. This person can leave me a message if it's actually important. Besides, answering phone calls on air is unprofessional. I do need to be careful. Thank goodness that this window's opened up quite a bit for you know, flurry rushing. I remember it being quite tight in Breath of the Wild, and I guess it is still kind of tight. It's just nice. I'm pretty sure I would have died if I didn't dodge that. My goodness. Ooh, you know, okay, I think I see where they what they're talking about. Question is, am I going to be able to get in there from here? Maybe if I face the right direction. Let's go exploring in a river cave. Oh my goodness. You know, we've been exploring river caves. For sure. I'm going to have to go and turn around in the three-way section. Hey there, Mr. Fabian. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are wrapping up our spelunking that we got started on from yesterday. And once we do that, we'll be well on our way into, you know, navigating the depths and grabbing many Lightroots in the process. Among other things. How are things in your slice of terra firma, if'n you don't mind my asking? Okay, I think this, yeah, so we want to, like, park it in here. Okay, I'm trying to think of how I want to... They can either hear me, or... I mean, it's not like I'm silent, but at the same time, like, come on. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, next week, you shall be out with your friend? Yeah. With the same lady we've been talking about a handful of times, right, Mr. Jason? Is that correct? I'm being careful with what I say here. And if so, if that's the case, I hope you both enjoy that. I know you both have been looking forward to that for a while. We all could use a little bit of happiness in these dark times. And then Mr. Fabian says, "You're sorry it's been so long." No worries, Mr. Fabian. No worries. Real life comes first. Nice. Oh, okay, this could still spit rocks. I hate using a hearty meal like this, but... I love how it, like, jiggles back and forth. That's hilarious. But yeah, real life comes first. No worries. I'll be here until I can't be. That's me. That's my station at the moment. Mr. Jason says, "I'm shocked. I didn't think you were that close to the bomb flower." Me neither. I think what probably happened there is the rock was like mid-roll, and by the time I had fired the bomb flower, instead of hitting the like, it hit the rolling boulder. And so because it hit the boulder, I got caught in the crossfire. Let me drop this. I'm gonna take a picture. I wish I could take it with me, but... Oh, you know what? Maybe there's a way I can do that. Hang on. There's got to be a shield I have in my inventory that I can staple this onto. Yes, there is. Lionel shield? Meet Zora shield. Just like old times. Okay, that is absolutely the last shield, though, that I have room for. My goodness, my phone is blowing up pretty summarily today. Sorry, I don't normally check that. I don't normally check that live on air, but... You know, if I'm getting verified random numbers, I suppose I had better bloody check it, or... What the... Oh, Octorok? There's an Octorok, right? Where? Nice job, Tulin. Right now, even though I could, in fact, you know, turn Tulin off, he's just been so useful lately. It's not even funny. He's really been helping to snipe a lot of the Octoroks or small flying creatures that, bother us. I'm sure there'll come a time when I don't really need him. Oh, I'm an idiot. Don't climb that. Use Ascend. Cheat. The game literally gives you a cheat code. Oh, I am pretty dense. I'm not gonna lie. I am pretty dense. I'm the kind of person that if I feel like I'm cheating, you know, unless I'm playing a game in my off time, and then, you know, I'll cheat away. I have no problem with that. But if I'm on air, even if I'm, like, I don't know. Even if I'm given the okay to cheat, I won't do it. I need other people to, like, validate that decision first. As weird as that sounds, I want to know that other people would probably have done the same thing in my situation first, more than anything. Mr. Jason says, I still remember back in 2013 when The Legend of Zelda: Link Between Worlds was released. Oh, I have that game. Beat it, too. Pretty nice game. I enjoyed it. The pre-order bonus, although sadly exclusive to the game UK, was a treasure chest like the ones in the game, but it plays the iconic tune when you open it. Mr. Fabian says, I cheat all the time. I don't see the issue. It's like a personal thing. Like, you know, I'm the first person that I'm like, I don't care if someone, you know, cheats the game live or anything, but if you make a point to say, you know, I'm not gonna cheat, and, you know, you suddenly break conviction to cheat, I might definitely say something about it, though. I think for me, the bigger issue is cheating in, like, a non-casual setting. Like, if you're not cheating, and if you're cheating in an environment where you're expected not to cheat, that's when I take issue. So, like, if you're doing a glitchless speed run of this game, for instance, and you cheat by glitching, then yeah, that I have a problem with that. Movement tech is fine. Glitching and actually breaking the rules, not so much. There's like this weird gray area, right? Let's say we're playing Skyrim. This is like a perfect gray area. Let's say you jump into, you're playing a modded portion of Skyrim, and the mod didn't quite account for the player positioning to be in a certain to be a certain way. Let's say you jump between a rock and like 2 or 3 other objects, and so you can't jump out. You could reload your save, or if you're playing on PC, and you would be if you're playing modded, you could open up the console and type in TCL, just TCL. That activates, that toggles the no clip, is what that does. You can no clip out and keep your progress, and you don't have to go back half an hour, 45 minutes, or even 15 minutes and like 1 to 2 loading screens. Like, the annoyance is having to reload the save. Okay, yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to, Oh, hello. Oh, just a full-blown shrine? Okay. Mr. Jason, if you happen to be available, would you mind making a quick poll for me? And that poll is going to be, do you guys want me to do this shrine? I don't even know what shrine this is. Let me see if I can't find that out. Because technically, it's not part of this region. However, you can't even access it unless you're underneath the promenade. So I'd like to just get a consensus here. Let's see, can I? No, okay. And I should make sure I don't. Yeah, okay, there is a timer going. In the meantime, you misspelled shawl? Yes. Shawl, At least you didn't, like, misspell Shadowheart or or, you know, something else where the misspelling could be egregious. Mr. Fabian says you need to have dinner now, so you'll tune in later. Very well, Mr. Fabian. Enjoy dinner. I hope it's nutritious and it tastes good. And with that, my lovely senator, I hope to see you back again sooner rather than later. In the meantime, while we're waiting on this poll, we could at least take a quick flight around. You know, try to, like, explore the cave. This isn't the first time our caves have gone into technically uncharted territory. But it is the first time I'm doing something in the uncharted territory beyond, you know, beyond collect a Korok or something. Hey there, Mr. Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You're mentioning that you can't be here. No worries. Just check Twitch. No problem. Mr. Jason says, imagine if some of the shrines you fought had you fight a Lionel or a Gleeok. Hey, if they give me, you know, I'm down to fight, either one of those. Just give me, just give me the resources if you're gonna do that. Alright, we're gonna do it like this. And get ready. No, thank you. This is wonderful. Love this. No, that is a bomb. Do not do that. This will be a nice replenish on the horns too. Nice. That situation would have been really hairy, and Puff Shrooms just made it a complete joke. I don't know how to feel about this. Can I say that Puff Shrooms are cheating? It feels like it's cheating. I mean, it's not cheating, right? Because like the game is allowing you to do this. But there are so many cases where I feel like I really shouldn't have been able to get away with something, and then the Puff Shrooms or the Muddle Buds or some other thing invalidates what would have been a really difficult encounter. I guess that's because the bosses are way harder. Maybe that's like one bit of reasoning I have with that, is that the bosses are more difficult. Let's see. I did not even see the contents of the poll. It looked like the poll basically had no answers. I don't know if anyone can look into that. My goodness. Let me get a durable bow here. I'm pretty sure that poll had no responses on it. In which case, what I'm going to do here is I'm gonna, you know, get a look at where this shrine is. I'll probably use a pin to mark it or whatever. And then we'll come back for it when the time is right. Just need to get the... We should fly around and not, you know, don't be a bupkis. Let's do that. I am loving the hover bike. I know I keep saying it. I say it every single episode, pretty much without fail. Okay, we're going to edit and turn this into a... let's turn it into a... star, because that's what we've been doing with the shrines. Or other important places I want to come back to later. And I'll just put a note that it's like underground or something. I'll figure out what I got to do to make it work. What do I think, Mr. Coin? Oh, sorry. You enter a room and the ceiling opens up and in drops a King Gleeok and 2 silver Lynels. I'm running. Just running straight up. Hold on. I'm being premature, is what's happening. It depends on if I've got the gear. Nice. If I've got suitable preparations, then maybe I can do it. You know, especially if you use a lot of, like, archery, right? I get the feeling it actually wouldn't be, quite as bad since you have more, you have more in your arsenal. Oh, right. Slick substance. Totally forgot. But if you ask me to fight those things with the gear I have now, no, absolutely not. No, I would say not really possible. The Lynels, that they might be doable. 2 silver Lynels might be doable with what I have now, but a King Gleeok on top of that, just absolutely not. Too many things to dodge. I don't have the ability to parry. Yes, I could, like, Flurry Rush, but I have no idea what the For Honor system, quote-unquote, looks like. I see you over there. And what I mean by a For Honor system, right, is I mean in Ocarina of Time, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, roasted cave fish, nice. You know what we could do? Hold on, I get the feeling I might be able to do something better here than just make a note of it and then have to navigate to it on my own. Let's see if we can be smart, shall we? My goodness. If this game ever gets a sequel, I've heard rumor that there's supposed to be a sequel. Can we, like... We can. Okay. So instead what I can do is I can this is a better middle ground. And it makes it easier on me. More importantly, I'll activate the shrine, but then I won't actually go into it. So we can just very quickly clean things up once we do get the Lanayru regional map. We can easily come back and clean it up. I think that's perfect. Blue, black, white, and silver. What about gold, though, Mr. Jason? Why not, you know, the Oral or the Golden Gleeok with, like, 3 times the health and 2 more heads? Because I've seen pictures of the King Gleeok, so I know there are 3 heads. Yeah, imagine. No! My god. I love how I guess it's my fault for parking the hover bike near the near the piece of ore there. I could see it if there were, like, I could definitely see it if there were, like, more physical variants of Gleeoks. What would the other 2 heads be? Well, if you wanted it to be elemental, right? You could make one, based off of the light element. So it, like, spits light homing projectiles at you. That could be a thing. And, you know, in the spirit of elemental gems, you could make another head be a water head that spits globules of water that trap you. Or, you know, something equivalently as insidious. Or, you know, instead of water, because that might be like a weak association, right? Because there's no native enemy support. You don't believe light would work, though? Fair point. Yeah, that's true. It is technically supposed to repel evil or darkness. So then instead of light, you could have like I don't want to say gloom, because gloom, you can have gloom-infested enemies. That wouldn't work. Maybe rock? That would be the only other thing left that this game has shown us, is you could have a water head and one that literally spits rocks. I think we're starting to head back out. Yeah, this is like the last little bit of ore, and then we can head out. Mr. Jason has an idea. Oh, yeah, sure. A Gleeok head that spits eggs that immediately... Oh, no. Not, you know, not Gleeok spawning in the middle of combat. That's a bit much. Full-size standard Gleeok. Sorry to cough there. That would be funny. I will grant you that. It would be funny. It would it would make great rage bait content. However, if you want the idea to be moddable, right? If you want the idea to be moddable, then I think a bit more restraint might be in order. If we had the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom mods, we technically do. And, you know, if you've got a Switch one, you could probably run them without bricking your stuff. Probably. You would have just had Gleeoks randomly falling out of the sky. I'm pretty sure that's a randomizer thing that you can do, because I know the Tears of the Kingdom randomizer's been out for a little while. Wakteru and, like, some of the other prominent modding YouTubers are, constantly, like, post videos about it. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, in both body and mind, or, you know, at least one of those two things. Yeah, one of those two things at the very least, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Hopefully stuff in your neck of the woods hasn't been too strenuous. It's been a while. Right, okay. Right. It's coincidental, right. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let that conversation play out, for now. Nice. Let's just get rid of the rocks on you, shall we? Are you gonna spit out rocks, or are you gonna... What you gonna do? Okay. And... let's see, probably this right here. That wasn't too difficult. Playing some Minecraft on the side, so you'll write a bit less? No worries. Enjoy the Minecraft, good sir. I hope you build some amazing structures while you're playing the Minecraft. Oh man, I could tell stories about Minecraft. Oh my goodness, where do I even begin? That's actually a great topic. Who here has played Minecraft out of, like, curiosity? I've played it with IRL friends, and I played I've played it online with online friends. The real life friend session went fine. I think just some of us lost interest. As for the online friends and like raid associates, yes, when I was raiding in my World of Warcraft days, I played Minecraft with some of those folks back then, because if you're doing something with other people, you are going to maybe find friendships or associations while you're doing that stuff. You're already having to grind to raid all day, or grind all day in order to raid, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for us to take breaks and do something else. And I'll read that stuff in a second, I promise. Let's see. I should probably read it before I get started on the story, huh? I would certainly like to think I have good friends. I may need them now more than ever, both online and in real life. Mr. Jason says, if you're taking it personally, you wouldn't be a very good fit for your staff role in your own organization. That's fair. That's fair. But I would also say you're human, right? Like, the man behind the screen is allowed to feel things. No CEO is perfect. Especially no CEO is perfect. Like, let's be honest here. We're living in, like, a dystopian timeline. But, no one would begrudge you for feeling things. Let's see. What do we have the fewest of? Fire? Alright. Okay, I guess we're doing it this way. Everyone's allowed to have feelings. And in fact, I think... Here's something I'll say. And this shouldn't be controversial or anything. Men, you should express your feelings. You shouldn't hide that stuff. Yeah, exercise self-control. I think that's important too, but I think it's important that you don't let the world say you're not allowed to express feelings. I've seen the TikToks. I've seen some ladies say less than untoward things. What the heck is that? What on earth is going on? I'm not in the depths, but I'm in this very weird place. What am I stumbling into here? And not all ladies, not all dudes, but I'm only mentioning the stuff that I've seen on, like, short form video. But some folks are, mocking men for having feelings. There are actually also TikToks, I could say with 100% certainty on this. There were TikToks in the month of June that mocked men for having a men's mental health awareness month, which I think is just absolutely wild. Just in case, I shouldn't really be here yet, I'm gonna go ahead and save. I wasn't expecting, oh, this is not a cave system. I know where I am. We managed to make it out the other side. Okay. I thought I was in, like, some weird subterrane. Sorry. That's what I get for not paying attention. Also, I'm definitely not headed the correct direction. Let me fix that. How do I word this part? There were literal TikToks that were published online for everyone to see, where it was a woman saying make the male suicide rate higher. I hate saying stuff like that because that could be a bit of a this is a trigger warning. But I think it's vile anti-human behavior when people are saying literally make the male suicide rate higher. Imagine if people said make the female suicide rate higher. Like absolutely asinine dog water take. Absolutely vile stuff. Hey there, Mr. Starnum. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. And I do apologize for this next sentence, but I hope that I do not make that worse by by what I'm talking about currently. Oh no. Not great. I think we know that gender relations are at an all-time low when we have scores of women and male modern feminists all saying make the suicide rate higher. What's wrong? Nothing personally or anything. I'm talking about a sensitive subject. That's all. Like it can definitely trigger people. Mr. Resby says, I seem really up to date on this stuff. It's what I've been trying to lock into lately. The whole, like, gender war stuff. It's like, it's something important. It definitely affects the whole wide world, but also, it's not, like, current U.S. events. The tie-in is, like, really quite the stretch. So I feel safer talking about stuff like that, if you know what I'm driving at. What am I doing? Oh, I wanted to use a Zonai charge. That's what was going on. What hobbies do I have? Let's see. I read. I rarely game, and if I do, it's mostly Magic the Gathering these days. YouTube, either current events or current affairs, or I'll watch Let's Plays of other things. I'm pretty much chronically online. And I suppose occasionally I'll like go out for, walks in the backyard or, get up and talk to people. I occasionally do that. I would like to increase the frequency of the hobby talking to people, but, this is 2025. We live in a dystopic future timeline. I really don't think I don't think I'm gonna have any hope of increasing that metric unless I make it happen. And nobody wants to talk to strangers these days. Absolutely nobody. We're all locked in on our phones. We all have our friend groups, and that's pretty much about it. I'm just taking a second to get my positioning right for this. Mr. Starnum asks, I definitely did not forget here. What hobbies do I have? No, whoops, wrong question. What's my goal for today? Our goal for today is to finish exploring all of the cave systems, and wells that are in the Sahasra region. And then, check out the depths. Like, we're still working on wrapping up exploration and like side activities. So like not major goals, but like goals nonetheless, right? Okay, the bright bloom seeds are stapled, so that shouldn't go anywhere, but you never know. Um... Oh, welcome on in, Wafa Masood Voyam. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How goes the Tears of the Kingdom adventures? Fight any Gleoks lately? You had mentioned that fighting a Gleok for your first time yesterday, and you reported back on its victory. So I was pretty curious. My goodness, we have quite a litany of people today. This is great. I should do weekend streams more often. Welcome on in, Michael DS. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your slice of terra firma? Maybe because it's an earlier time. That could possibly be it. That could definitely possibly be it. Mr. Raspy. Things to think about when it comes to like adjusting the schedule or what have you. Let's see. Michael DS asks, have I had lunch already? Nope. That'll be coming up soon enough, but no, I have not had any. I've had I had a quesadilla at like 9 this morning. It was like a Taco Bell quesadilla left over from yesterday. So I'm quite sure my stomach will mutiny against that later, but we'll see. My goodness. Okay, I gotta like Coin needs to lock the heck in and read a bunch of comments or he's gonna struggle to keep up. Let's see. Moving over to YouTube, Wafa Masood Voim says, killed my second Gleok. It was a King Gleok? Nice. Really? Yeah. Startup says, oh, I thought there would be a King Gleok scale. I think you just get all the elemental horns from my understanding, because there's one element on each head. So it makes sense if you could get all the different horns. So that's nice. It's hard. Yeah, it was, like, I certainly imagine it would be hard. I mean, I think essentially you could have, like, I don't know about the final finishing attack, but, you know, having all of the elemental, projectiles at one's disposal would certainly make it, very, very difficult to keep up. Let me move back over to Twitch here. Mr. Jason says, as for you, you haven't fought any Gleoks recently, but you've decided to visit one that was just casually chilling in the sky, and you shot at it and made it plummet. Nice. Look, Gleoks are Ganon's minions. Gotta get rid of them somehow. Mr. Raspy says, I find it funny that I say the terra firma line. It's just, I could have said planet Earth, but terra firma sounds nicer and more original than, you know, on our great green and blue planet Earth or something. You're playing a mod called Terra Firma Craft? Nice. Do tell, is it like some sort of massive overhaul mod, or is it like something smaller, like a retexture, out of curiosity? Michael Diaz says, I'm eating right now. Oh, what you having? If and you don't mind sharing. Mr. Jason says, I have all 3 Gleok horns on display in your Link's house on Magic Rods. I do believe you've mentioned that, yeah. Maybe I'll set up a similar showcase. Not Magic Rods, of course, but definitely something else at least. Mr. Rasby says, you could say, how are things doing in your home? Well, Kappa, I think I've said similar things before. Not the exact same line, but I've sometimes said, how are things in your, on your side of the pond or what have you. I've said a few different lines. Let me switch back over to YouTube. You have to go, says Mr. Starnum. Have fun playing. Thank you so much for for stopping by, Mr. Starnum. Much appreciated. Do rest well, my lovely senator and inductee. Take care of yourself, and I hope to see you sooner rather than later. And then with that, I'm going to clean up the rest of the messages here, and we can keep moving. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, I will plug this warning in because I'm having to manually run ads at this particular time right now. Let's see, that would be here. Yeah, right here. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my friends, is the manually inserted 5-minute warning for the commercial breaks. Gonna run those. I'm a bit overdue already as is, actually, but... well, today is an off-kilter day. A bonus day. What can I say? I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me so far. If you guys like the content and hadn't considered doing so already... please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. And please also leave a comment on the YouTube VOD as well if you're on the YouTube side. Because now the views are invisible unless you leave a comment. I hate YouTube algorithm adjustments. Sarcasm aside, partial sarcasm aside, all the algorithmic things. I appreciate any and all of the assistance I can get with that, really and truly. And please also consider sharing the channel by word of mouth or, a link to your friends and coworkers and so on. When we get ready to take the break, there will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of your video display. Once that timer has disappeared, we'll pick up right back where we left off. I'm usually away from my desk during the breaks. I'm stretching my legs and what have you. And so I recommend you guys do the same. So there's no FOMO. There is no missing out on chatting with me or whatever. Of course, I also recommend the use of actual ad blockers, especially now that governments are quite literally saying you should be running an ad blocker. But in the event that you don't run one, right? You just don't feel like installing one, or maybe perhaps you struggle with the software aspects of it, then I would just use the ads as a time to get up and do things for yourself that you want to do more than anything else. Or don't. I'm nobody's parent. And then with that, let's actually wrap up these comments, shall we? And then we can finally get moving. Terra Firmacraft is an overhaul. Okay. You're knitting stones to make tools. You've spent an entire season in game to build a forge, not a block like a structure, where you do forging. Oh, like a structure where you do forging. I think I might have played with a mod similar to that, where you're building an actual structure and it's not just like a one block unit. You have to pour in hot metal and stuff. Yeah, that sounds about right. I had a associate with, this was before he moved on to his own server. I had an associate that went by Bang, and he was making Minecraft content, and we played with a bunch of mods together. It was pretty fun. I didn't chuff the whole distance with him, but he was a pretty chill dude. I enjoyed my time with Mr. Bang. He gets me. He's an old soul, but he gets me. I might make another cup of hot chocolate while I'm on break, actually. That sounds awesome. Sounds more involved than base Minecraft, and that's kind of a good thing. We'll listen more as you have many animal crops and stuff to tend to. Fair enough. Michael DS, I believe that is in response to what you're eating. Rice, beans, and meat. Beans and rice with meat mixed in. Sounds good. Yeah, we have rice, like rice and beans, or usually it's called pork and beans because often the meat we throw in is pork. Sometimes it comes in a can. Sometimes you actually add chopped pork chops or like meat you've already cooked up. And you essentially make a goulash out of it. It lacks vegetables. It lacks fiber. That's usually my one complaint with stuff like that. But you have the rice. And honestly, simple living is not bad either. That's a pretty good dish. And drinking water. Smart man. I'm gonna go like another couple of minutes, just kind of like maybe poke around in here. Ooh, actually, interesting. Oh, also we haven't really read the tablet either. Like I interacted with it, but we didn't actually read it. So I guess we'll take that break now. Oh, I completely forgot one last sentence. So sorry. Imagine the Master Trials from The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, but it's just Gleeoks. As long as you give me some gear, I could do it. I could do it. You don't give me anything, I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off. That would be hilarious, though. So we're gonna freeze the time here while we take our break. 50 rooms of Gleeoks. If I'm given enough materials, I think I can do it. Flame, frost, chalk, bring them, or thunder, bring it all on. We fought all the Gleeoks, other than the king Gleeok. At this point, I feel pretty well versed in how to handle them. So as long as I have the materials, I feel good enough to fight them now. All right, enough lollygagging. It's break time. Thank you guys again for hanging out, and it'll be over. It'll be over before you know it. See you guys after the break. My apologies about that, everybody. I am back. Let me just double check here. Okay. Sorry about the lateness. I got caught up with logistical discussions. My dad and my uncle, are looking to make a baked banana pudding. Like sometime in the future. And, I've been asked to help with that because I'm the one that is experienced with baking desserts. I'm the one that knows how to do it. And I'm the one that will care about the precision and attention to detail that baking desserts generally requires. And I want the banana pudding to be edible as like a side note. So I have personal and non-personal motivations for having the logistical discussion. And we've kind of been running around the bush trying to lock in when we want to do this, like when we want to like actually set the time aside and make the baked pudding. You're also back, says Mr. Jason. Welcome back with a cup of tea. Ooh, what kind? If you don't mind sharing. I do enjoy a good cup of tea for the most part. Mr. Jason says, that's nice, but you deserted us for longer than that. It's one of those... That's a joke that's like a double entendre. It is both a joke and it is like meant in good jest at something. Take your applause, good sir. Take your applause. Let's get out of reading this dialogue, eh? Treasure sleeps beyond the path shown by the stone statues. Okay, I think that's what I was getting ready to draw on next, was just, here's the stone statue. I bet if we just follow the way they're pointing, it'll be fine. Really, Link? Oh, I was gonna get real cute, but I got spotted before it could get cute. It's fine. As for the tea, just a standard tea bag. So black tea, right? That's what we're talking about here. Nah with milk. So black tea with milk. Got it. So I got the tea correct. It just wasn't only tea. Makes sense. Tea with milk. I guess if we, like, made tea straight up and didn't, like, make it sweet, then maybe I could see throwing some milk in with it. Although, that would be for my folks to try. See, I'm lactose sensitive / intolerant. So, for me, if I put milk in that tea, could not be me. I'm definitely going to feel intestinal discomfort drinking that. And they have an Earl. Let's see, your IRL friend that you're seeing next Saturday is a bit fancy. Ooh, fancy tea is good tea. I've had a nice citrus. Citrus tea is good. They have Earl Grey with an infuser. Nice, nice. I wonder what sort of do you know what they tend to infuse tea with, or like what their preference for that is, or have they done a whole bunch of different things with that? Just curious. Not sure. Totally fair. Absolutely fair. Asking you to know a personal preference is like weird, I suppose. All right, we gotta figure out where precisely we're going. Let's take the net average here. Oh, yeah, it's literally all these statues are situated in a radial. There's even 2 statues here. 2 statues here. Oh, yeah, like the rest all fit the pattern. So it is this one. It's just this one. One more time for everyone in the back. You do know one thing, though? As of last year, we've been meeting for 20 years. Oh, my goodness. That is awesome. So you went to theirs, and you split the bill on Chinese. I do enjoy a spot of Chinese. Yeah, that's pretty good eating. Like, real Chinese, not the stuff you get for takeout. Like, Chinese takeout's fine, and establishments that make takeout are fine, but the grease, there's just something about the way it's done up that my body has issues with. Okay, how many of these can I knock out really quick? Okay, I definitely want to steal all these before taking you out. Nice. I cannot get over how, I cannot get over how much I feel like I break the game every time I do this. As someone who is a Breath of the Wild veteran, it just feels so dirty to do that. But again, the game lets you do it. I know, I keep harping on the same points over and over, but I guess I really have never gotten quite used to I'm still not quite used to just... Even after the hundreds of hours I've put in... Hundreds? Maybe like 50 hours, you know, grinding. Grinding in this game. I still have not really quite taken stock of being able to do that sort of thing. Let's see. We ordered a large egg fried rice. Is amusing, but egg fried rice, chicken chow mein, crispy seaweed. I do enjoy good seaweed. It's hard to come by. Or chicken with lemon sauce. Lemon's good. I like lemon. How are there not... I'm sorry, what? Out of all those crates, that was the only one to contain something. Whatever, video game. Sweet sour king prawn Hong Kong style, or sweet sour king prawn Hong Kong style, sesame prawn toast, and sweet sour chicken in batter. That's a lot of food. I'm sure there were plenty of leftovers after that. Michael Diaz says, I didn't know it was possible to do this sneak strike. The puff shroom is what makes it possible. It's basically like a smoke bomb. And it has the added benefit of resetting stealth. So just activate the puff shroom and then, or throw a puff shroom wherever you like. With enemies in it. You have to throw it where there are enemies, of course, but if you want to reset the area for throwing in muddle buds to said enemy group, that's one way of doing it. You can use a puff shroom. You could run around like your chicken, like a chicken with your head cut off, but the puff shroom makes it way easier by a country mile. It's not even close. Out of that litany of food that was just read, I really can't get over the seaweed. I like, we do sell, like, packaged seaweed in the US, but it's like, it's definitely commercialized crispy seaweed and not, like, real seaweed. I would, it's like paper-thin squares, basically. I would love real, you know, dried seaweed. That would be delicious. Because usually the seaweed's salted and tastes really, really great. You could, Mr. Jason says, you could also do it Jason style and just rush in like you own the place. And smack them with silver Lionel blades. You could, in fact, do that, yes. You could, in fact, you know, flaunt your power like it's nobody's business. Maybe at some point we'll get to doing the same sort of things here in this Let's Play, but it'll be a while. We have to start seeing silver Lionels with more regularity than we do now. And you know, with any luck, right? The hope is that now that we have seen our first silver Lionel, a lot of the other Lionels will start upgrading to that silver level. And then it'll, then it'll be easy, smooth sailing. Yeah, thank you for running right into that, Mr. Sticky Lizard. These days, Mr. Coin, you like the pristine star on your weapons, and you don't want to scratch my weapons on monsters. Ah, right. So I take it you've got like you've got like Zonai devices or like other methods for killing enemies these days. Okay, we need to like, not the ultimate dish. Huh. I'm struggling to remember. Okay, that's weird. Why is there this setup? Man, I'm getting hungry, and this was after the quesadilla, by the way, which again has not really rampaged its way through my system yet. And there are multiple things in that quesadilla that will do that. There was cheese, and there was avocado. Let me tell you, if there's anything that will rampage through your digestive system like it is no one's business, and, you know, leaving you with the full capacity to gas people out, it's avocado. Especially if it's, like, mushed up and it's, like, partially, not quite rotted through avocado. When avocado starts to get that distinctive sulfur smell to it, that's when it's about to go bad. Yeah, that will run through you like nobody's business. You will be begging for an emetic, like medicine, to like get rid of it. And emetics induce vomiting. For people that don't know what that word means, it means to induce to induce vomiting, to induce the desire to eject something from your body, usually through your mouth. You had a full English breakfast this morning. What are the contents of an English breakfast? I've heard this several times, but call me uncultured, but I always forget what's in an English breakfast. I wish I could say there's an American breakfast, but there really truly isn't such a thing as like a full American breakfast. People will tell you there is, but there really truly isn't. There are different versions of what that is. Here in the South, I can tell you what that is. Here in Bible Belt land, yeah, I can tell you what a breakfast consists of. Usually it's sausage, patty, or link, scrambled or fried eggs, usually with grits or pancakes. Grits or pancakes, and a nice tall glass of orange juice. That's usually what's in the breakfast. Sometimes you can even get lucky and have fresh strawberries. But for the most part, there are no vegetables or fiber to be had anywhere in an American breakfast. As savage and shameful as that absolutely is. Give me a nice good, like, bowl of blanched spinach to go with the breakfast. Please, for the love of God. Just something with fiber in it. Okay, we're picking up the barbarian set. Good, good. Let's see. Mr. Jason says sausage, bacon. Yeah, I forget there's usually both sausage and bacon. That's also true in an American breakfast. Or in what the version of American breakfast I get anyway. Fried egg. Okay, yeah. Mushrooms. Less common, but yeah, I could see some mushrooms. Beans. Okay. Toast. Yeah, I forgot that too. Usually some sort of toast. It's like everything but the beans and tomatoes. So far. And then black pudding and fried bread. Okay, the black pudding is definitely a UK thing, for sure. And the chopped tomatoes, yeah, you know, I guess if you're wanting your fiber, right, you're wanting like a nice good source of acids. Yeah, I could see some chopped tomatoes. Beans, though? What sort of beans? Heart attack on a plate? Yeah, a little bit, especially with the bread and the fried bread and the fried egg. Yeah, that's kind of and the bacon. It's definitely like heart attack on a plate. The American breakfast that I read off earlier, you know, sans the toast, is also definitely a heart attack on a plate. Sometimes even people even make the substitution for scrambled potatoes, hash browns, which I do love some hash browns. Don't get me wrong, but boy, if you don't do it up right, absolute heart attack on a plate. Good to know that that's what's in an English breakfast. Yeah, the beans are the most perplexing item by far. I don't think we're talking about black beans here, are we? Because I know that's been like a health food craze lately. Everybody has been wanting the black bean burrito. Yeah, black bean burrito, or black beans are what go in vegan products. If you're wanting to like simulate the texture and the protein volume in meat, you make like a black bean burger. I've had a black bean burger. It's pretty good. You know you're not eating meat, but that's sort of the point, really. A bit of A1 or it's not Anheuser. I'm trying to think of some other like steak sauce, but yeah, you flavor it up, and the black bean burger really isn't all that different from like a beef burger or whatever. UK beans are totally different to US beans. Fair, definitely fair. That might be a Googleable question. A helmet once worn by the warriors of an ancient warlike tribe from the Farron region. Wearing it draws out your inner animal, increasing your strength and battle prowess. Nice. But we have a whole bunch of passageways, though, that we have not checked out. And I get the feeling we should probably do that. Oh. Okay, guess I'm glad we didn't quite do that yet. Because we got the bubble. That's a lot of bubble gems. I can't wait to find the person or people who are gonna exchange the bubble gems. We had kind of like vaguely heard about them, but nothing even remotely close to you know, where we could find them. I know we heard mention of them back at the New Serene's table, but I didn't soak in too much of that. British baked beans. Oh, they're baked beans. Okay. British baked beans are made without meat and have a thinner tomato-based sauce. American-style baked beans are cooked with pork, molasses, and brown sugar, resulting in a much sweeter, thicker, smokier sauce. Okay, yeah, so baked beans. I am glad we went down the rabbit hole that is British baked beans. Because if we had said baked beans, right, I would have been thinking like Bush's can of baked beans, and the American baked beans would have had pork, usually bacon, but sometimes it's just pork cutlet, molasses, brown sugar, and occasionally, depending on, you know, which brand, there's even like slivers of chopped onion. That's often common in American baked beans, or peppers. Usually green, green bell, but occasionally jalapeno also makes its way into the the portfolio of ingredients that is baked beans. Oh, but I could. It would kill my digestive system, but I could totally go for some black bean Tex-Mex right now. I know. I'm such a foodie. For those that don't know, I am one of those. I enjoy discussing food. I think it's a nice bit of universal culture. I think it's the sort of thing that... I think it's the sort of thing that really can bring most of humanity together. We all want half-decent food. No matter what your nationality, gender or ethnicity is, we all want good food. We all want to love somebody. We all want to dance or, at least listen to some good music. And we want to... have our peace and be remembered in peace. That's like the basic human condition right there. Coinstamp cooks full English breakfast stream confirmed. Oh, no. That's a lot of food, but more importantly, I don't have the setup to make that type of thing happen. I really truly don't. And I'm pretty sure my folks would not tolerate that either. Oh, we need to do this. Thanks, Tulin. I was trying to get some of the red choo-choo jellies. That's fine. That'd be fun. I would enjoy a cooking stream. I do think that would be fun. But I do not have the space to make that happen, and I don't think it's particularly fair to the folks I live with to, like, have cameras installed, or, you know, like, have part of the space have a camera in it. I would probably have to make a video of it first, if I'm being honest. Because that's less invasive. A stream is, like, way more intense. Did Lobos Jr., that's like a prominent Twitch streamer, by the way. I'm trying to remember if Lobos Jr. had like some cooking streams. I think he might have. I know of a few other people that have had cooking streams before. It is really quite an involved setup. YouTube stream would be perfectly fine. Things to think about. And I would want, like, a high production camera. I wouldn't want to, like, try to take it with my phone. And, you know, my phone's, like, an old model. So, or, like, an old smartphone model back in, like, 2022. So, being able to record video on it is quite the crapshoot. You know that some American stores can carry all the ingredients for a full English breakfast? That is true. Other than the black pudding. But you did say sometimes black pudding and fried bread. So if I'm not having to make black pudding or frying up bread, it'll probably be okay. Now, I am the great-grandson of a Scotsman, so, you know, I am vaguely aware of, you know, like, black pudding and blood sausage, more importantly. That's still quite a process. Stream might get a little shaky, but check this out, sure. Ah, there's the blood pudding. Okay, so let me ask this question then, if you don't mind. Oh, fried bread is just toast. It looked... Oh, no. I see what the difference is. The browning on the bottom. You put that on a skillet and cook it. Okay, yeah. Proper bacon. I would have to do... well, I don't... Okay, no, it might be possible. That looks more like prosciutto or some other bacon. I know there are various kinds. I'm not sure what American store would carry this. And I'm in the Bible Belt, so even fewer of these things would be available than normal. Tomatoes. Yeah, grape tomatoes. These look like grape or cherry. Those are usually available. Sauteed or fried mushrooms. Yep. The essential morning tipple. That image is politely mocking Americans. Yes, tomatoes. Yeah, I've heard many Englishmen and women say tomato. It's not wrong. It's like favorite and favorite. You know what I'm saying? Favorite spelled with a U and favorite spelled without the U are both valid forms of the word. Saying tomato and tomato make no difference. Oh, hold on. Gotta focus. Let me not allow, and one last strike. Thank goodness. Oh, I did not want that to fall. Thank goodness that didn't happen. So this is like a random rant, right? But I hate this whole... let me not use the word hate. Let me not actually despoil that word further. I severely dislike when... I want to make sure I say this right. I severely dislike when people are like, I tell it like it is. I'm brutally honest. And the honesty is, it's favorite, not favorite. They go through and proceed to use the British or the English spelling of the word as opposed to the American spelling of the word. And not only go so far as to say, it's wrong, but you're an uncultured swine. Please educate yourself. Like, I'm sorry, I am educated. It's not my fault that American and Canadian English remove the U. That's jerkish. That's jerk behavior. Don't do that. Yes, grammar and spelling is important. You're not going to catch me complaining. And you know what? I will be so generous with myself as to say, if good. I was looking for another sludge anyway. If I were in England, right? Or I were in the UK, and people said favorite, we're like, hey, we say favorite this way. I would try to adopt the spelling. Okay, that's fine. I'm in your land, and I should adapt to your customs. I don't think that's a particularly tall ask. I would not turn around and say, you know, it's favorite with no you uncultured swine. Go read a book. That's just such foul behavior. It's entitlement. That is such a first world problem and such a first world attitude. It's not funny. Let me go back and read some of what I've missed here. Although you think someone rather posh made that breakfast or had their butler do it. Butler is pretty funny though. Essential morning tipple. I'm almost I shouldn't be afraid to ask. It looked like some sort of it looked like some sort of like liqueur or something, but what is a morning tipple? That definitely feels like a liqueur of sorts, like maybe an apple flavored one. It is a liqueur? Okay. So definitely alcoholic to say the least. And then the question becomes, is it fruit flavored or just here's a shot of liquor in the morning? Hold on, I should probably look that up real quick. Just so I'm not talking out of my butt, you know what I'm saying? Okay, phone, I'm definitely not offline. You can stop that. Okay, so it's like a hard cider, usually. that makes sense. It's not always a cider, but that can kind of be. Yeah, that's not unheard of. We in America, I don't know if it's like strictly American, but definitely in the Bible Belt, sometimes you'll see people put a little bit of vodka or tequila in with the morning coffee. Really helps clear out your throat a lot. It's pretty good for clearing stuff up. I don't do it because I don't want to get drunk, but you know, that is certainly possible. Let's see, can I put this here? Yeah, look at that. It's a makeshift bike rack. Just great. You saw this funny comment? Go ahead. Do they serve hash browns with full English breakfasts? Some people serve hash browns with the full English, and some people think it's sacrilegious. I'm trying to like parse this joke. I'm sure it's not. Oh, it's not a joke. Yeah, I'm like, I had to take a second and like really process this. So by funny, we mean weird, right? Because this definitely reads like a bit of racism to me. Like full serve hash browns with a full English. Or maybe there's like a religious connotation I'm missing somewhere. This reads wrong and I can't figure out what it is. Thank goodness we're talking about this in an analytical context right now, right? So we can like discuss it. Look, people, I'm gonna say this, just in case people have forgotten. I am an associate for Amazon. I technically represent them when I'm on Twitch. Don't be racist. Just don't exhibit isms. Don't make me have to, like, you know, regulate you. I don't want to do that. Also, I love how insidious this like thinks it's being. Nice. So that'll be enough of that. I love how that was a pretty clever like placement. Nice. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. I'm not 100% sure yet. But like I was saying, you know, just don't be rude. Like, I've had a particularly good audience. And I say, and that's not like a, you know, a pointed blame at anyone. I'm just speaking generally here. You know, I have an amazing audience. We all see each other as human. I'd like it to remain that way. That's all. Some people in the UK serve hash browns and full English breakfasts, but some people think that's an Americanization of something British. Ah. That's what... Okay. Yeah, I definitely misread that big time. Thank goodness. I could see why, because hash browns are like really common here in the States. They're like super common here in the States. You basically can't go to a breakfast joint without hash browns unless it's like a ritzy joint, right? Or like a fancy joint that prides itself on like somewhat foreign cuisine. aka like a fusion kitchen or something, that would be where I'd expect that to come into play, is right about then. Also, let me check Firebot here, because I'm pretty sure... Okay, no, we're good here. Yeah. I'm still having to run ads manually, so I want to be extra careful about that. I can see what you mean. Like, and it's like a chicken and the egg situation, right? You're at this point, because hash browns are so common, you know, I guess in both places, really, that you're not really quite sure. Did the Americans, you know, rub off on the British? Who are you referring to when you said don't be racist, by the way? Where you found that information? Bit confused? So let me explain where I said when I realized I misread what you said. I wasn't referring to you. I figured you were citing a quote, right? Where the quote was, you know, talking about hash browns with a full English breakfast, and then some people serve hash browns with a full English, and some people think it's sacrilegious. When you said the words, "it's not a joke," I paired that with a funny I saw this funny comment and figured you meant, oh, it's people being weird. So, like, I thought you were commenting on people being weird, quote unquote. So I misread where you were taking that whole phrase. My mind made that jump. I'm gesturing with my right hand like you guys could see that. Wouldn't that counterbalance your professionalism, though? Probably, absolutely. That's not to say... That's not to say you were being unprofessional. You weren't being unprofessional. You basically had nothing to do with this, apart from, like, saying a sentence. You quoted something. You didn't do anything wrong. I just want to be abjectly clear about that. This is a case of coin misinterpreted, like a whole litany of sentences that were put together. Fair? You just wanted to make sure you got the context? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I definitely misread that, like, once or twice. And when I misread it once or twice, the context got muddy. A lot muddy. And as someone who does stream, I always have to be on the lookout, right, for when people are dog whistling. Thank you, Tulin, but you're blocking you're blocking the bright bloom seed. Stop it. You've learned through the TCC to not react until you've gained context. That's fair. You weren't nearly as sensible or professional before. Maybe I will learn a few things through my time at the TCC too. That would certainly be a hope. That would certainly be the hope. It's not that I don't wait for context, right? It's that when you're on platforms like Twitch, you can't always listen or read for context. Like, especially if someone says, like, has a link to, like, CP or something insane, right? Something that I need to take action now, and even if I do, I might still face the consequences for someone else's actions in the first place. You sometimes have to listen to respond. That in an ideal world, I wouldn't have to do that. Twitch or YouTube would go, oh, yeah, you're totally not responsible for the things that your chatters say, like, fully. If you're very clearly not hyping them up, they're coming in your chat room mentioning CP or other foul topics through no fault of your own, you would not be punished for that, ideally. But we don't live in an ideal world. We live in a place where corporations will literally sell the skin off your body to protect their reputation because markets. And if that means banning you temporarily or permanently from making content or being on their platform, they're gonna do that. That's just a fact of life. So, a lot of my behavioral adaptations to streaming have to do with how much do I listen for context versus do I need to react right now. Hey there, Mulberry Boy. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Just to kind of like get to know, you know, I'm sorry, I completely chuffed that one up pretty good. If you don't mind my asking, Mulberry Boy, what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a new game for you? Have you beaten it? Have you played some of it before? I always like to ask this question to my audience to kind of get a grasp on, you know, where we can steer the relevant in-game conversation next. And then hopefully things are going well in your slice of terra firma, our dear planet Earth. I hope things are going well for you. We are in the process of wrapping up a bit of spelunking in the Sahasra region before we move into the depths to focus on the Lightroots there. I think we've found everything. Yeah, I think we've gotten everything. It's like a bit of a hovel and that's all there is, right? I think that's everything. Yeah, it appears to be everything. Mulberry Boy says they've played it about a year ago. Got all the temples, but never beat Ganon. Ah, you've played most of the game. That's cool. Did you enjoy what you played of of Tears of the Kingdom? Excuse me? Sorry, Breath of the Wild veteran here. I've basically been trained to say it so many times that sometimes when I think about Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild is what leaves my lips instead. But what about Tears of the Kingdom did you enjoy, if and you don't mind my asking? I'm really enjoying the freeform exploration in Tears of the Kingdom, and I've met many amazing people, you know, in the midst of, like, playing this wonderful game. Let's see, is that... Yeah, we've got 3 more spots. Guess it would be over that way. I do love how I was basically done, Mr. Jason goes on to say, done with The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and then the Nintendo Switch 2 version was announced. And Nintendo was like, nah, Jason, we're dragging you back into The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Nintendo Switch 2 edition. It really do be like that. At times, yes. Mulberry Boy says, I like all the things that you can make with Ultra Hand and just how many things you can do. You like the building aspect. Yeah, I enjoy it. Ultra Hand's a really fun mechanic. Between that and like the fuse mechanic, it's really breathed some considerable amount of uniqueness into what would otherwise be a fairly routine, somewhat unremarkable sequel. I say this having enjoyed much of what I've played so far. Here's where the masters lurk. Yeah, if you want to like, see the structures people have made. I keep meaning to do that. God, I should write that down too, before I forget. On Reddit and website. Okay, I think I got. Okay, got it. Sorry, not as spry and young as I used to be. So writing things down is very important to me. Let me make sure I have not missed anything. Okay, no, those are basically just links to Hyrule Engineering, which I already talked about, and Mr. Jason was nice enough to link the personal Discord server. Thank you again for that, good sir. Mulberry Boy says, although it feels more like a Breath of the Wild DLC than a new game, well, it's the same engine, right? It's the same game engine. It's the same physics engine. Even though there are a lot of mechanical differences, right? There are a lot of mechanical differences, but at the end of the day, the baseline of the game feels the exact same as Breath of the Wild. It's more about what's thrown on top. And I guess as like a bit of an aside here, I believe Tears of the Kingdom was actually meant to be a DLC at one point. It's like an expansion pack of sorts. So the fact that they turned it into a whole, like, separate game is both good and bad. Mr. Jason says, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Deluxe Edition, now with more Korok seeds. God, no. And please let them not be all, finding random old rocks to go pick up. That by far was the worst Korok puzzle ever. Absolutely wild stuff. I think, let's imagine a world for a second, right? Let's imagine a world where, I have to, like, dispose of this. And then take a picture, maybe. Let's see. No, okay. The different designs don't count toward the picture. That's fine. Also, what am I doing? It's literally not even over there. I'm an idiot sandwich. I think with Tears of the Kingdom, right? Like, let's imagine a world where it was DLC, right? Would people have played it? Maybe. You definitely would have your diehard fans that would definitely have played it for sure. But it would have cost Nintendo a lot of money for something, and Aonuma and company, a lot of money for something this big in scope, for no reason at all. Like, they would make way less money than what the production costs for the game, for this particular DLC. They would have made way less than the cost. They would have been eating it a lot. Please, no, oh my god. I'm gonna wait for it right here. There we go. Let's just set that off to the side. I don't think it would have done as well. all things considered. Let me go and catch up on chat here, because I definitely feel like I've forgotten, like I'm falling behind here. You do love the Zelda games, Mulberry Boy goes on to say. I generally like them, yeah. My personal favorite is Skyward Sword, but, you know, I'm a bit of a dark horse like that. I enjoy the games that people tend not to enjoy quite as much, for whatever reason. That's just a pattern I've noticed. It's a really fun feeling just to be able to explore a whole world full of fun stories. Yeah, I'll say. And, you know, the story writing is really on another tier compared to a lot of the other Legend of Zelda like storylines. There's way more character building than before. And it goes a lot towards addressing some of the less than stellar character archetypes that were, or like, and racial caricatures, compared to, I'm sorry, not compared to, it addresses a lot more of the story building faux pas and errors that The Legend of Zelda and a number of other companies have made over the years. It's nice. It's really nice. Fun stories and Koroks. Yeah, and Koroks. No. I'm gonna be so Koroked out, it's not gonna be funny. I'm not gonna want to hear of another Korok again when this series is all said and done. Mr. Jason says, I usually get bored when you watch a lot of streams of the same game. That's fair. But not The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Fair. You just love how someone else could solve things in a completely new way. I would say with Tears of the Kingdom, definitely so. There's a lot of room for creative strategizing. With Breath of the Wild, not quite so much. Maybe in like the shrines. But Mr. Coin, I thought you loved them. I thought that they Koroked your world. Real bona fide spinster right there. Real bona fide spinster. Take your applause. Silvio Delira, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. You say, hi, do you think there are hybrids in the Tears of the Kingdom universe, like Zoras mixed with Hylians, or Gorons and Zora? I don't know. Like, Hylians and Zoras, maybe. But even then, like, the anatomy is very weird, because Zora lay eggs. You kind of see, not like... How do I word this? The only thing I could probably say there is that the closest we get to hybrids are like the Gerudo, right? But even then, I feel like the Gerudo are more like the Asari in Mass Effect, where the Asari are a monogendered species, right? There are no male Asari or female Asari. There are only Asari, right? So I'm pretty sure with no, even though they're, I guess I shouldn't even say that. And the Ganondorf is the reason why I can't say that. It's more like they force themselves to be a monogendered species. I assume the way it works is that females are born Gerudo, but the males tend to be any other race. This is such an interesting question. But do I think there are hybrids? In a very limited capacity, probably, but not with Gorons or with Zora. Like, I don't foresee that. Like, any egg-laying species or monogendered species, I just don't think presents the grounds for... Oh, no, they can't just be born? It's a curse? Good point. Then I guess they are, for the most part, an Asari-like species. I'm not sure. I'll have to come back to that. That's a really interesting question, Silvio Delira. Since you've asked that, what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a new game for you? Have you beaten it? Have you beaten it multiple times? Have you played through it partially? I like to ask that to get a good sense of where my audience is. Every time I have someone new, I always like to ask that question. It helps guide discussion. I get the feeling you're pretty familiar with the series or the game, but 3 times. Okay, so you're a veteran. Nice. I was about to choke on hot chocolate. Let's not do that. Moving back over to Twitch for a second. Mulberry Boy says, agreed. There's so much to do. Even when you're ready to beat Ganon, there's so much more to do. Yeah. Absolutely. Nice. Absolutely nice. Yeah, we found this out with Breath of the Wild, right? Or I say we, but like we as like a community found that out with Breath of the Wild. Like we had to do a lot of cleanup before we could actually fight Calamity Ganon. And so the same is probably going to be true in Tears of the Kingdom, where even after we do the mainline stuff, we wouldn't really be finished or ready to deal with Ganondorf until way later. I will read that fresh comment in a second. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, okay, yeah. Shiny does like come around and make jokes too. Let's see. Mr. Jason is asking, Silvio Delira, did you do a 100% run through or run though? Silvio Delira, I'm glad you asked that. Because with Twitch chat, even though you can't type directly to Twitch chat, right? You guys can both see each other. So you can type the question on the screen and, you know, provided they're paying attention, they may or may not be able to answer that for you. And I'll do my best to kind of like feed chats between the two of you. Though I don't recommend too much cross-platform conversation either. You'll lose conversations that way. Mulberry Boy, moving back over to Twitch, says, sadly, I have to go. I followed, though. Thank you so much for the follow, Mulberry Boy. Yeah, do take care of yourself. Stay safe, my lovely senator and inductee. Do enjoy the free emotes that come along with that follow, and I hope to see you sooner rather than later. Whole bunch of ats. Moving back over to YouTube here. Got it? Okay. Yep. Oh, that's why the combat music didn't stop. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna opt to do is I am going to wait until around 12:55 to put up the commercial warning, because at that point my automation for the commercial breaks will activate, and we can kind of go from there. Mulberry Boy says, me too. It's nice talking to smaller streamers like yourself. Oh, you stream too. Okay, that's cool. Since you stream, I'll go ahead and give you a shout out then. I think that's fair. You beat me right to it, Mr. Jason. Thanks. Much appreciated. Goat Simulator 3. Oh, that sounds hilarious. I think I have a friend who owns the Goat Simulator series, and he usually has a good time with it. Yeah, you're very welcome, Mulberry Boy. Anytime. So, my lovely Twitch senators, Silvio Delira is asking, what would your favorite hybrid race be if you could have one in the Legend of Zelda universe, and more specifically, you know, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. You know, do you want to see a Hyrulean Zora hybrid, Gorons and Zora hybrid, or like some other, you know, like crossover? If I could have one, I suppose, I don't know, I guess Goron and Zora, because the Goron and the Zora would be quite the interesting crossover. And you know, the Goron are actually monogendered. Yes, that's where I made my mistake. The Goron are like the actual Asari from Mass Effect. They're just, you flip the gender around. I'm curious to see what would happen with that. Will all the Zora, will the hybrids default to all being male? Will the monogender thing disappear? Like how would that all work? Mr. Jason says, imagine a Silver Lionel and Gleeok hybrid. Oh no! Please no. Although I think you've proposed like a crossover between a number of these before. As fast and hits as hard as a truck, and then can freeze, burn, or shock. You have a thing with Lionels and Gleeoks. Yes, indeed you do. BRB, very well. Moving back over to YouTube. Silvio Delira says, Gerudo and Zora are your favorite hybrid, though, because they could probably swim through sand. Probably. And, you know, they would be the ones to not dry out. Actually, that would be an interesting question. Would they dry out in rain? Or would the rain be uncomfortable to them? Or would they inherit more of the electrical weaknesses of the Zora brethren? How would all of the racial traits materialize and coalesce into something even remotely relevant? I couldn't begin to tell you. It would be uncomfortable to be in rain. Have there been people floating the hybrid theory? You sound so certain in your proposal of that, Silvio Delira. So I'm curious if you've been exposed to conjecture about race hybrids in the Legend of Zelda universe from other people. That's not to say that couldn't be like a genuine stance either. It's just, again, the certainty with which you say it suggests that you've had this discourse elsewhere. And I believe that has just answered my question. No, you've been asking many streamers. So is your statement based on consensus then? Like, this is what the average, person has said about, about race hybrids in the Hyrule universe, and specifically as it relates to Tears of the Kingdom. So this is kind of what we would expect to happen? Something along those lines? We're approaching, like, lots... I wonder if there are going to be 100 of these. No, you just thought about it today? I see. Like how they would look and stuff? That's a really cool, discourse to have then. Yeah, that is an interesting question. I can't say it's something I've thought about, right? Because, in truth... You know, just based on what I know about the lore in Hyrule, right? Like, race hybrids don't really make a lot of sense. Anything is possible through magic, right? Like, the Hyrule is a land of magic, and you can, like, transfigure one race into a different one through a curse or something. But that's totally different that's like totally different compared to like the process of hybridization. Hylian Rito crossover or hybrid would look like the one in Wind Waker? Probably. That's what I would expect too. Then again, I also think back then, right? I'm sure there's going to be a different set of lore for why those Rito look like that, but I would go so far as to say a lot of the various species in Hyrule that aren't like humanoid like probably suffered from a good degree of anthropomorphization, you know, i.e. the whole Freddy Fazbear thing. Not animatronic, but, like, I don't want to use the, like, industry lingo, or like, community lingo. I want to be very careful about that, but, like a Bloomburrow, or I'm trying to think of the right words for this. Not Watership Down. Watership Down just had actual animals. God, maybe you guys can help me with this. There was I forget if it was a television series first or if it was like a novel first, but there were like a bunch of rats and mice that lived in like a fictional world, right? And they were all anthropomorphic, and the stories would often contain adventures from that dealt with the rats or the mice. There would be like political intrigue and smaller, less overarching world problems. I'm trying to think of what this is. I know what it is on the tip of my tongue. I just forget the name of the thing. Mr. Jason says, well, you're happy, Mr. Coin? And welcome on in, Bear Type. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hopefully things have been going well for you since the last time. Have a seat. Get comfortable. Mr. Jason says, I have a doner kebab and chips with lettuce. Kebab sounds tasty. I want one of those. Lettuce, tomato, cucumber, and garlic and herb sauce on its way. Yum. That's making me salivate, man. That's sharing food. And it's making me want another quesadilla now that I'm thinking about it. Look, I'll say, I'll just say, even though my gut does not enjoy Taco Bell, my mouth enjoys Taco Bell a lot. I would happily take another quesadilla or, you know, a chicken burrito. I will, with like avocado ranch or whatever. I would enjoy that. I just hate what comes next. Bear Type says, nice meal, and then of what? I would explain, but your next sentence does literally say, okay, sorry, Coin, that you got here, but you have to go now. No worries, Bear Type, no worries. Real life comes first. You don't apologize, please. You're living your life. I'll see you when I see you. No worries. Thank you for coming back in, though. Much appreciated. Let me switch over to YouTube, and then I'm probably going to run the alert here. Silvio Delira says on YouTube says, or the Zora mixed Goron, most probably look like whale sea creatures. Like whale sea creatures. And a Rito and a Zora is either a flying fish or a diving bird. So, I agree with most of what you said. However, there's a problem with the Rito and the Zora. You're free, and everyone's free to like discard the lore, right? Or like the supposed theorizing. But according to the larger in-universe lore for the Rito, they are evolved from the Zora. You know, like you see this in Wind Waker, where like the Zora are not a thing. They are a bygone race. The Zora are river people. They're not ocean people. And so the descendants of the Zora that managed to make it to high land over time became the Rito, supposedly. And from what I understand about the theorizing that's been happening, some people suggest that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom mark the start of when there's like a divergence in species where like the Rito are already a bit of an adaptation to the Zora in a different climate. It's like really, really weird. I'm not sure how much I buy into that theory, given that they're totally different races. But again, this is the land of magic, everybody. It is the land of magic. Anything is possible. Anything. If only you believe. Okay, that now is a good time to run this. As soon as I've got my finger on it. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That is the warning that I put in for the 5-minute or the 3-minute commercial break happening at the relative top of the hour. I am having to manually run it right now, but it'll become a little bit more automated later. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me so far. I really, truly, deeply appreciate it. You guys have been the best, really. So I'll explain the commercial break first, and then I'll do the shilling. I'm going to try something new here. So with the commercial break at the top of the hour, once that happens, there will be a timer in the in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Once that timer has dissipated, I'll be back at my desk, and we can pick up with right where we left off. The commercial break exists mostly for the peeps on Twitch, so that I can, swat away the nasty pre-roll commercials. That's what that's there for. So I highly recommend everybody stretch, grab a snack or do something they want to do during those 3 minutes, because I'm certainly going to be stretching and keeping my legs, as in shape as they can be. And that'll be the end of that. And then the shilling. I try to get the shilling done during the first half of the stream, so that we don't have to worry about it for the second half. So I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow, like following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. And of course, you guys being here is more than enough for me. I'm a small streamer. I'm a small content creator. I'm not really expecting people to chuck money at me. I think that's an unfair thing to expect. And even if a large streamer shouldn't really expect that, right? That's why you hear about diversification of income or whatever. But if you guys are feeling financially generous and would like to contribute, or would love to contribute, I have a number of perks available. One of which, I'll go ahead and flash this up here. If you guys want your names on these placards, I read them at the start of every stream. Twitch, Coffee, Patreon, or a one-off donation through Streamlabs or coffee or any of these other like any of these other portals that's how you would have that available, or that's how you would get your name listed on that plaque. In addition, for those on Twitch, if you're not operating through Twitch, you won't get the emotes or anything, but you do get all the Discord related perks and stuff like that. A lot of our perks are Discord derived, especially the extra votes counted toward people that chuck money into the system for like monthly membership packages. That's another way I try to give back. I've got a few perks, so do definitely consider it. That said, money is tight in the year of 2025. I totally get that. So just being here is enough. Thank you guys so much. I truly do mean that. Silvio Delira, moving back over to YouTube for a second there, before cleaning up other messages. That's the thing that makes it more believable. Species are similar and are able to mix the breeds, like dogs and tigers or tigers and lions. Yeah. The liger, or the tigon. I'm pretty sure there are actually real world hybrids of those things, depending on if it's more tiger or more lion. Really cool, actually. Even if it feels chimeric and strange. Yeah, and to say into what Mr. Jason on Twitch was saying, yeah, and anything is possible in Hyrule, the land of magic. So theorizing about race hybrids is fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's just the fact that it conflicts with clearly established lore, no matter how shoestring the lore is where I find myself at odds. It's an entertaining discussion, but like, how much credence should it have? Ultimately, at the end of the day, this is just a fun topic, right? Talking about race hybrids is fine. It's like talking about race hybrids in D&D, before Hasbro was like, hey, racial hybrids are wrong and racist, so we don't want to do that. And so they got rid of the race hybrids. There are no half-orcs. There are no half-elves in Dungeons and Dragons. There are no rules to make a race hybrid anymore. And to Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro, what I would say to you is, well, maybe that's because you made your races a little too close to real-world caricatures. And so when you do that, then you get accused of, oh, you're stereotyping people based on a caricature. Which, to be fair to Wizards of the Coast, the original goblins were definitely a harmful caricature of Jewish people, and a lot of the non-elven races were considered barbaric, like barbaric caricatures of various races here on Earth, or various ethnicities on Earth, I should say. So I totally get it, but the correction has spawned an overcorrection, which now causes them to lose a bunch of content that was considered iconic or classic, or there are definitely ways to have spun race hybrids in such a way that they're not racist caricatures and whatever. There's like a way to go about that that's reasonable and salient and solvent. And they just didn't, for whatever reason. I couldn't tell you. I'm not really in the heads of Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro. Those are American and like entertainment or product companies. Mr. Jason goes on to say, except for making all the Koroks disappear. Poof. That's what I would love to do. And Mr. Coin, with regards to the message in the TCC staff room, that's an ongoing project. There's so many areas to look around in. Yeah, I kind of figured that would be an ongoing project. That's why you made it a team effort, right? Otherwise, you would have assigned that. So that's totally fair. Let me make sure. See, Silvio Delira moving over to YouTube one more time. That's where you're getting the idea is based on real world hybrids. That's fair. That's fair. I think the conversation of the thing is fine. It's just when you approach the topic of Rito and Zora hybrids very specifically, it's a little hard to like discuss the parlance. You have to get into real world genetics to understand why it's possible, but also why it would be unlikely. We have definitely gone 5 minutes over the 5-minute warning, so this is where I'm going to take that commercial break. When we come back, we'll pick up exactly where we left off, and then our next break will hopefully be around 2 o'clock, and then I'll make a decision on if I'm streaming extra or not. So, if, you know, since the commercial break is roughly 3 minutes, again, please feel free to stretch, grab a snack, or do whatever you want, really. I'm not your parent. But with any luck, the commercial break will be over before everybody knows it. See you guys after the break, and thank you again for hanging out with me today. I am so incredibly sorry about that, everybody. I got caught up with one of nature's calls, sitting on the porcelain throne. That was not a fun experience. Sorry to say. I'm being as generous with my phrasing as possible. Let me catch back up on chat here. Welcome on in, Brayden, on YouTube. I apologize for not greeting your message right away. I happen to have already been on break when that came in. But good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. And if you... hold on. I feel like... Am I at the correct level? Okay, let me fix this. There, that's a bit better. I'm sitting on some pillows now, so I'm a little bit taller, just a little bit. So I thought I would fix that. Moving back over to YouTube for a sec. But if you don't mind my asking, what is your level of experience, Brayden, with the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Are you a veteran of the game? Are you new to the game? I like to ask my audience that general type of question just to gauge where everybody's experiences are. It can help lead discussion, at least in my opinion. Silvio Delira says, yes, okay. That was in response to Brayden. Twitch chat spam. And then, yeah, my apologies about that. I replied, again, I had real world things happening. So sorry about that. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you. The legend of the player. Tears when hunting Koroks. Yeah, that tears when hunting Koroks. I would probably, like, really cry if there were a game like that. Moving back over to YouTube, Wafa Masood Voim says, for me, I'm semi-experienced. I have 105 hours. Yeah, does anyone have a good grasp on what their total number of play hours is? For Tears of the Kingdom, I've hit 170 plus hours since yesterday, which is just wild considering that, just making sure I know where I'm going. That's wild considering that we've only been playing for a bit over a month and a half. Maybe not even quite that long. And that's just due to having so much more to do and all the grinding I have to do for Zonite ore, among other things, or ingredients or what have you, and constant weapon maintenance. There's just a lot of extra upkeep. Let's see. Yep, and there were people greeting each other. I try not to read stuff like that, because I don't think it adds much to the commentary, but plus it's kind of a waste of people's time, but that's just me. Mr. Jason says they have a grand total of 730 hours. Nice. Yeah, that's a lot of hours. The only games that I have had longer than like a couple hundred hours would be like Skyrim. I'm pretty sure I have close to 1,000 hours, maybe a bit more than that. Warframe is one that I've had more than 200 hours, and I'm almost sure. This was before like all the more recent updates or whatever. Okay, the cave is like right over here, I'm almost sure. Oh, we're definitely missing the mark. Where is this? And by far, World of Warcraft was the game where I quite literally have a full year's or 2 years worth of, you know, like playtime hours invested. I was on World of Warcraft that much as a younger man. Okay, we need to figure out where on Earth this, like... It's not, like, in the ring ruins, right? I'm not, like, missing something here? I definitely might be. Mr. Jason says, I have 3,820 hours in Animal Crossing New Horizons. Sounds like my siblings' play hours. I think they're getting on to, like, 1,500 or 1,800 hours. They spend a lot of time in that game. They've rebuilt their island like 4, 5, 6 times. If I could have pictures of some of the stuff my sibling has put together on that island, it would be. I think I would blow minds. Probably. Silvio Delira, that is asking Wafa a question. And then they go on to say, you like the main ones? Fair enough. And then they say you have 6,430 hours on Mario Odyssey. Oh my god. That's impressive. That's amazing. Okay, I found the cave. We just need to get at the right altitude, and then we can turn, like, quite literally turn this car around. Yeah, it's like it's tucked in. It was kind of hard to see at first. Pretty sure it's right here. All right, what's in this little hovel? The Cuckoo Hideaway. Oh, Hado, I think is the dude's name. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, pretty sure it's Kado. He's the husband of the archery store manager in Kakariko Village. He had a cuckoo ranch. I wonder if this is his hideaway somewhere. If he's, like, secretly storing cuckoos in the mountains. Mr. Jason says I'll have to leave the stream shortly to get your food. Very well, Mr. Jason. You don't need to keep me apprised of that, you know, especially if it's time sensitive or you gotta just get up and answer right then and there. But if you do, that is much appreciated. Miss Silvio Delira says, guess your age. Okay, you're asking me to guess your age? Let's start young. Let's say 23. What am I doing? I could literally use a bomb here. No, that is a fire fruit. 11? Oh. I see. I started young. I did not start that young. That's cool. Then in this case, what I'll probably do... Come on. What I'll do here is I'll go ahead and tell you, YouTube is getting ready to put a whole bunch of controls on you lovely young folk that are school aged. Please be careful. Obviously, for my own career and safety, I cannot say, you know, maybe mitigate those, like, controls somehow. Let me bring you up to speed then, Silvio Delira. So, YouTube has been recently passing some age verification checks. Like, they're wanting to see how old you are, basically. And if you aren't, like, 18 and up, they will, like, severely restrict your access to what you can see. Like, the content that you can, experience. So With mod experience on certain channels, Mr. Coin, doesn't Twitch TOS need us to ban underage people? On Twitch, yes. YouTube is nebulous. Let me look at the TOS really quick while I'm here. Because this is kind of important. And also, Silvio Delira, as much as that sentiment is understood, unfortunately, you've already let that cat out of the bag. So YouTube has, like, public knowledge of that. You couldn't take that back even if you wanted to. Okay. So according to this... According to TOS, you need to be 13 years of age or older. Let me ask this. Actually, even if your parents were with you, you would still have to be 13 in order to be here. So unfortunately, I gotta ship you out the door, Mr. Silvio. I'm so incredibly sorry, but hopefully you'll be able to come back when you're 13 and up, and you'll be just fine. Just go ahead and... Yep, take care. And yeah, I should also say it's not like anything personal. It's just a terms of service thing. Yeah, please do consider coming back when you're 13. I do not know how to do this from the YouTube side, because I'm not getting the controls. Hang on a second. Stream gonna get crunchy for a few seconds. Okay, so I'll have to figure out how to have that set up through StreamerBot, but I'll do that. Yeah, like I went ahead and hid user. That's what I went and did. I'll figure out how to do that on the YouTube side later. Yeah, also, this is a warning to anyone else that is thinking about possibly masking their age. Like, if you're gonna be on YouTube and you're not gonna... You're not obligated to mention your age. Don't mention it. Like, just don't do it. Like, and if you do mention it, you need to be over the appropriate age, or I do have to take action. It wouldn't have mattered if it were on Twitch or YouTube or Kick whenever I have to or do start streaming over there. Like, I will have to take action. You have to be of legal age to be on this platform. Also, addendum to that warning, if you are 13, if you are middle or high school age, right? Because that would be those age ranges. You need to have a parent with you. You need to have your parent not necessarily watching the same stuff, but you do need to have them in the room with you to hear what we're talking about. They should be watching what you're doing. Because that's just responsible parenting, well, number one. And number two, more importantly, they should be watching the content you consume. This world is a dangerous place. Ideological indoctrination is everywhere. And if that weren't bad enough, not only as their ideological indoctrination, there are scams online. Your parents need to be very aware of the stuff you're watching or reading, for your sake, most importantly, but their sake too. Wafa Masood Voim says, hold on, both or Tears of the Kingdom. That was in response to some of the messages there. You need to go? Very well. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, good sir. Do rest well, my lovely senator and inductee. And with that, we're going to hopefully get to the last cave. Yeah, I think this is the last cave, but I'm gonna double check to be sure. And then we also have the Kakariko Village well to check out as well. So, the cave here? Or is it like behind the waterfall or something? Let's go ahead and find that out, shall we? Ah, I have my answer. It's right under here. This is a nice little cave. Wow, they literally thought to put a cave everywhere. I can't wait for the waterfall cave, though. That's like the next one. Man, that really soured the mood. I'm not gonna lie. I hate banning people for age restrictions. I really do. It's not something I like to do. It's just it's the TOS thing. Like, my ability to stream depends on all that. It's such a drag down. Although, actually, you know, now that I'm dwelling on the topic, right? Technically, the average or the minimal age in which your prefrontal cortex is fully developed is 25. And in men, in adult human males, it actually sometimes you could actually not even have a fully developed prefrontal cortex until you're 28 or even 30. Like, human males just don't quite become adults at the same rate that human females do. That's just like a known fact. So realistically, if we were, you know, really saying how old should you be, I personally think you should be 18 before you even think about, or before you're even permitted to do certain things, not 13. And of course it's different everywhere, right? Like, I can't imagine, you know, the UK or like Europe or even the Philippines having too many drastically different standards, but for the most part, general consensus is adult is 118. And not too much more than that. Let me double check. Mr. Jason on Twitch says it could be worse, my good friend. Indeed, it very much could be. TOS could say you have to be as awesome as Shiny to view. Mm-hmm. Very much so. Not many people reach that level. Not even me. Let's not compare ourselves. Like, every human is whenever we compare ourselves to people, it's an apples to pomegranate comparison. People thought I was gonna say oranges, huh? Nah, we're getting a little bit more technical. Pomegranates. They're both red fruit. They both have seeds. You kind of basically have to you have to be careful about biting into a pomegranate. And in fact, you basically have to remove the seeds in order to even eat a pomegranate. Wild stuff, to be sure. That's about where the similarities end in terms of apples and pomegranates. They're both red fruit with seeds in the middle. But the way you eat them, the way you cut them, the way they smell, they're all totally different. Humans are just... comparing humans to each other is just like making that comparison. You really don't even know the half of it. Speaking of laws, Mr. Coin. We're about to get some lore, it looks like. In England, Scotland, and Wales, it's not illegal for someone between the ages of 5 and 17 to drink alcohol at home or on other private premises, but it doesn't mean it's recommended. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true. I mean, that is true. You're citing a law, right? But I suppose what I meant by that sentiment was just, I'm glad they make the point to say it's not recommended, because it's certainly not recommended. That is for sure. Alcohol damages developing brains. You really should not be letting children drink. Addiction is a much more easily developable, like easily contracted trait in young children. More than any other age, more than any other demographic, I should say. So even though you can drink, and like it can certainly be ingrained in common culture that you can do that stuff, right? You still shouldn't. The science is all there. The science says that it's not recommended. There are developmental issues that come as a result of that. So this is just a friendly TSA. No. Nice. Nice. Love that for me. What am I doing? I should be... Oh, we could have climbed that. At least I thought we could have climbed it. Oh, at least a little bit. Yeah, totally can. Come on, Link, you could do it. Get up there. Okay. I'm gonna run a check here. Let's just make sure we've gotten all the caves. If we can jump into the East Hill Chasm. The object of today's thumbnail, by the way. So let's start from the tower and work our way backward. So from the tower, there are two caves. The Sahasra Slope Cave. And it's a two-way cave, or a one-way cave with two entrances. We have the by-road to the wetlands. We have the two opposing caves in Dueling Peaks. So that we have those. We have the Cuckoo Hideaway, which we went into recently. We have the... Oh, we still have the well. Let's not forget that. We technically have the village well to explore. I'm going to make a note about that, but I'm also going to check other caves before continuing. So we have the other by road to the Lanayru wetlands. We went into the Rikoka Hills well and found that person that'll convert failed food. We have all of the wells that are in the wetlands. The Lanayru, the Goponga, Zals, and the Zals wells. We have the 2 wells over by the wetland stable. We have the Rebene Village Cave. We have the 1-way 2 entrance cave in the Krennel Peak. We have another one in Krennel Hills. We have the Moor Garrison Ruins well here. We have the Merkay Island chasm. I'll read that comment in a moment, Mr. Jason. Promise. So moving to yep, that we had that one. That was the by road. We had the Fort Hateno cave. And the Robred Drop-Off Cave. Got that one. We had the Lanayru Road South Cave, and we had the Lanayru Road East Cave, and we came out around here somewhere. Okay. So actually, we do, in fact, have all of the caves. We just need to poke our head into the well, and that'll be the last surface level thing we gotta do, and then we can head into the chasm, where we'll probably have to make a new hover bike. Let's see if I can't park it really carefully. Oh, this is not gonna go well. I wonder if there's like a 6... I wonder if we can make the radial turning on this any better. Alright, let's head in here and see what there is to see. Mr. Jason says, when you discover all of those wells, all's well in the world. That feels like a stretch. Just a bit. That definitely feels like you're eking out the scraps in that particular joke, shall we say. Good joke. But I did definitely could tell that there was some straining there. Now, did we... I feel like we've entered the cave before. Maybe we haven't entered this cave. Yeah. You know what? We have not entered this cave. I don't know why I thought that. Oh, I think it's because it looked too similar to a different cave that we had already entered. What is this, a maze? Billy Maze here. Ah, may that man rest in peace. Such a shame what happened to him. Dude got a concussion and then died of a heart attack later. I wonder how his wife is doing these days. Ah, okay. Cool. I'll take all of those, thank you very much. Read the tattered notebook. There's a later quest that connects this cave. I get this sinking feeling that that's probably the case, yes. My beloved husband always gives it his all when working in service of others. I admire that about him. He's been working himself to the bone ever since being granted the honor of guarding Lady Impa. I wish for him to always be in good health and good spirits. Husband? Oh, this is Kato. This is the archery store owner, isn't it? Unless she was like a girlfriend and, you know, the game ain't gonna tell us. I don't think they would ever have given mention of Kato and the archery store manager, like, divorcing. You'd think there would be some hubbub about that somewhere. Katla is one of the little girls from Breath of the Wild. Yeah, we bumped into Katla a few episodes ago. I'm trying to remember what exactly she was doing. Because I know her sister was making, like, the wreaths that we purchased one for, but didn't really get to do much with, because it's like a fusible object. It's really strange. I'm sure we'll find some uses for the floral ring wreaths later. Let me read this again. Yeah, beloved husband. Yeah. I don't have much... I'm trying to remember if no. Was it Katla? I'm trying to remember the cooking side quest. I'm pretty sure that might have been Katla. I'm probably incorrect. Yeah, maybe it's Katla? You know what? When we're done with the well here, I'm gonna run back by and my eyeball should tell me which one's which, because both of the children had a distinct face to them. I wish for him to always be in good health and good spirits. That's why I made him a tough meat stuffed pumpkin using fortified pumpkin and fresh meat. I was thrilled that he kept saying that it was tasty and going back for more. I hope it filled his heart as well as his stomach. My little Katla, my perfect girl. I love her so very much. She truly is the apple of my eye. Speaking of apples, she seems to have had quite the taste for hot buttered apple. She's like an adorable little squirrel, always stuffing her cheeks full of them. If I could, I would cook endless amounts of apples and goat butter to keep my little one happy. Coco! You know what? I think it might be Coco I'm thinking of with the cooking quest. I'm like I said, my eyeball will tell me which one's what, which one's who. Excuse me. Coco is my precious treasure. As a sibling, she's an absolute sweetheart. Okay, I feel like I'm reading some, like, warped fiction here. Okay, I definitely need to have my eyeballs or my memory examined, or both. She cares so deeply. Oh no, as a sibling. As a sibling, she's an absolute sweetheart. Okay, yep, no. I've gotten the correct reading here. She cares so deeply for her little sister. Ever since Katla was born, Coco doesn't ever whine or complain anymore. She's so strong and so wonderful. Luckily, Mommy knows that Coco loves energizing honeyed apples. It's a tad difficult to collect honey, but so long as I carry fire with me, the bees won't attack. I would go to any lengths to see Coco's smiling face. Even a few bee stings here or there are well worth it. If you recall correctly, you think this might be a stealth quest? Stealth quest, eh? Sounds like fun. I don't think we get anything just for reading the journal, though. That feels odd. I feel like, since it's connected to a quest, I'm sure we have to do something else first. Like maybe, one of these other side quests. that are here in Kakariko Village are connected, and we'll do those later, I'm sure. Might want to think about when I want to do those, actually. Probably before we settle out or head out to the Elden regions and we actually start that. Yeah, that's probably a good time to do those. Okay, let's keep moving. Okay, that well is all finished. We are now ready to take a dip, take a dive into one of 2 different chasms. And it'll now be time to finally switch over to the depths map proper. Excuse me. Hoverbike, you've been fun. You've been a fantastic little vehicle today. But unfortunately, unless I can find some way to like keep you. Oh, hold on. Before you know, wasn't there a log, or wasn't there a quest associated with the chasm? Let's take a quick look. Okay, that one is, you know, finish the quest. There's stone slab. And then, yeah, oh, okay. Okay. Gotta be careful, because they're like, why don't we clean up with a quest first, or clean up this quest real quick, and then we'll kind of go from there. This is probably a great spot to park it, now that I'm looking at it. Nice. Excellent. Love that. Oh. Sorry. Ocular psoriasis is not a joke. I'm almost positive that's what I've got in the corners of my right eye. Not fun. This is the part where I definitely tell people, hey, if you're thinking of having kids, right? You're thinking of having kids, do yourself a favor, get genetic testing. Mr. Jason says, I remember one of the girls goes to the well. You have to watch her turn the camera away and then follow her. Ah, I see. So that has to happen later, definitely for sure. Yes, there's Coco. I think, yeah, it's definitely Katla. Katla was the one that I cooked, that we helped with cooking. That makes a lot of sense. Michael DS, welcome on back. Welcome on back, good sir. When you joined the live, you did that. Yeah, that's a pretty funny time to join. Not gonna lie, that's a really funny time to join. That had to have been hilarious. In. We're right here. You've come back in just in time. We are wrapping up a few things before we jump into the depth. Hey, there you are. Sounds like I've got you to thank for waking this guy up. No more watching the inn for me. Here's a little something for giving me back my free time. Oh, I certainly won't say no. Grants a high-level slip resistance to keep you from slipping on wet surfaces. Its highly absorptive ingredients make it a must-have for sudden rainfalls. It's a high-quality concoction made of 4 sticky frogs and a bokoblin horn. Should come in handy in your rainy day adventures. Right then, now to finally take that nap. I might even splurge on a soft bed. Always return to the inn free die from the responsibility of watching over it. And better yet, now you can sleep there. Okay. With that little quest tidied up, let's head into the depths, shall we? Michael DS asks, how did I increase my battery charges? Through many, many sweaty hours of grinding. So what you'll do is you'll take the, I don't know if you're asking because you don't know, rather than because how did I manage to do all that? But just in case, I ground up a whole bunch of zonite ore. You don't know. Okay. So the way that battery charges work in Tears of the Kingdom is you need to take your ore, the zonite ore. Let me flash to that in the inventory. This stuff, you get it from deposits of zonite underground, either through sediment piles or through like actual freestanding rocks. You'll mine a sufficient quantity of it, and then you'll go to a forge construct over here. You'll go to a forge construct and you'll take your zonite ore and you'll buy zonite charges. That would be this stuff right here. You'll buy crystallized charges. You need 3 zonite ore for every 1 crystallized charge. You can also buy a certain number of them through large zonite deposits instead. Because crystallized charges come in singles, so 1 unit. Clusters of 20, which you can sometimes get from defeating enemies. And you can get units or clusters of 100 from certain chests. For every 100 crystallized charges that you have, you can then go over to a crystal refinery construct, and you turn in those 100 charges to increase your battery, your zonite battery. You need 4,500 to fully upgrade the energy cell. And every 100 crystallized charges symbolizes one of the 3 segments of a battery. Let me whip out the pointer real quick, as soon as I can find it. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. So, every 100 crystallized charges basically represents one extra capacity on a battery, and every 3 upgrades to capacity increases, gives you a whole battery. There's a lot. It's not that hard. You really don't even have to think about the number of whole batteries. It's just how many individual segments. And yeah, there are 4,500 crystallized charges required to fully upgrade the energy cell with its 18 full battery segments. You have you start with 2, and you have to upgrade 6 more times before you get the full row of 8, and then you repeatedly upgrade on top of those until they're all blue. Bro, this is tough. Yeah, it just requires a lot of hours. The only way you get Zonite ore is by either fighting things that drop Zonite or you have to go and mine it and, you know, go through the process of using weapons over and over and over again in order to break it up. It's tedious, more than anything else. It's just tedious. Mr. Jason says, I hope to one day bully so many silver Lynels that you use silver Lynel saber horns in potions instead of bokoblin horns. Nice. Yeah, that I'm sure you'll get there given the time, Mr. Jason. You do have 37 silver Lynel saber horns after all? Yep. I thought that would probably be the case. Moving over to YouTube for a second. Welcome back, Wafa Masood Voim. You were eating dinner? Ooh, what sort of dinner, if you don't mind my asking? Food is always a journey, and I think sharing food journeys can be worthwhile. We've been talking a good bit about food today, actually. Sushi? Okay, you have spoken my language, good sir. I love sushi. I especially love just a nice bento box of like California rolls. Delicious. Welcome back. Moving back over to Twitch. Welcome back, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you again. Hopefully the space of time since we last saw each other wasn't too stressful. And how was all the Minecrafting? How did that turn out for you? And you're very welcome, Michael DS, anytime. The explanation was long, to be sure. Like, it was very long-winded, but that's just kind of how Tears of the Kingdom is. It's a long-winded game. While I am waiting on replies to things, the 3-minute commercial break is coming up, and I probably have about less than 90 seconds to talk about it. So, it's 3 minutes long. There will be a timer up at the upper left-hand corner of the video display. As soon as that timer is over, we'll pick right back up where we left off. And we'll probably go for another, I'd say, half an hour to 45 minutes, at least. Because, we're not quite 4 hours in. I highly recommend everybody get up and stretch during that time. That's usually what I'm doing. And I promise you, before you know it, the commercial break will be over. If I didn't have to do this, I wouldn't, but that's the political, or that's the, not political. That's the adpocalypse for you. Mr. Raspy says, not a great day. Oof. Sorry that... Oh no, political. Oh no, a Freudian slip. It was a Freudian slip, I promise. That definitely did not leave my mouth on purpose. I'll finish speaking after we come back from break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. Certainly not the advertisements for sure, but definitely maybe, you know, the stretch break we had mentioned earlier, what have you. Let me check back in with all the comments. Yeah, I really could go for some sushi, and it would be about the right time of day for it too. Good California or avocado roll even. Delicious. Let's see. Mr. Raspy says, we are all but Pavlovian dogs. I suppose so. I suppose so. We are certainly the net sum of all of the schema that we've been, that we've had repeated to us over the years, as well as all of our training, our nurturing, and the inputs from other people, right? Even though I'm not a poli-sci major, right? I'm not like a political science major. I'm not that sort of person. Truly. But it's not that I appreciate politics. It's more like now I really don't have much choice except be aware of it. You want to ask if you could get VIP? You want Mr. You want a VIP, Mr. Rasby? I think I can service that. I think that's reasonable. You asked nicely. Let me see. Let me check something before I give it to you. I want to see if I still have a. If I still have the event set up for it. Hold on, because I know I had mapped this out. I mapped this out on Firebot much earlier. Okay, I think I've got it. It's the Mr. Rasby? Too true, Mr. Jason. Okay, let me see if this works. Thank you so much, Michael Diaz, for the Prime subscription. Thank you for the 3-month hype. Please enjoy the new subscription badge that comes along with that. I will make sure your name gets added back to the placard for the next stream. Thank you. Thank you again, truly. I hope you enjoy all of the lovely emotes and other benefits that come along with your subscription package. Please do enjoy. And now here comes our lovely test. I gotta know if this works.
Stand as one for the Alliance!
All right. I probably need to adjust the volume on that, is what I'm hearing an oof for. That's probably what I'm hearing an oof for. But yeah, let's welcome Mr. Rasby on into the VIP treatment. I'll have to think of a name for our lovely VIP members. You really appreciate the initiation. I took inspiration from another streamer who had such an alert. I was trying to think of what to do with it. And I thought, oh, well, I can't use that one. Wait, that worked? You used to just /VIP, Mr. Jason? Yes, I have it set up with Firebot, actually. I think I have that added in the moderator section. I gave you a screenshot because you're technically not a moderator on my Discord server. Yeah, you're not technically in the correct permissions for that. But I set it up through Firebot. It runs the same command, technically, but I can also do other stuff with it. Yes, a bot is definitely doing that under the hood. That's a Firebot thing, not a Twitch thing, for sure. Raspy the player says if we have senators and inductees, we can have judges. I may or may not have a... This is not related to the question I was talking about, Mr. Jason, but I may chat you up about the, like, personal Discord server permissions later. Just kind of get a read on that for later. I'm gonna write that down before I forget, because I've been really prone to forgetting things lately. Where's my pen when I need it? Okay, I'm gonna go get a pen. Frick. Oh, come on. I just grabbed a pen. Ah, gosh darn it. Okay. I'll get a pencil if I have to. Yes, I do feel like I'm scribbling down something arcane just a little bit. I was just writing a reminder to go to talk with Mr. Jason about a couple of things. I already wrote down one reminder, but the second one was for a different subject matter entirely. Moving back to what Mr. Raspy was saying earlier, we can have judges. Maybe. I'll have to think about where it fits in, like, the type of all the titles of things I have. Technically, all our subscribers are senators. They're just different tiers. And then after that, we have retainers and we have Valkyries. So, yeah. And the mod would technically be the judges in the first place, as you just alluded to. So yeah. Wait, and who are the inductees? The inductees, everyone's an inductee. They're all the followers. They're all the people that are that are coming in and either watching or stuff. That sort of thing. Let's see, making sure I'm not missing messages here. I always love learning new things, Mr. Jason says. Me too. Me too, especially the sciences. I always like learning new things. Mr. Raspy says now he's part of the pyramid scheme. I think I might have replied to that already in some small part. I get, yeah, you know what? It's all occultum. It's all occultum at some point. Is that cryptographically secure? It's on paper and it better be cryptographically secure. Wait, right. You become an inductee. I become an inductee. Inducteeing for everyone. I could bet a generous amount of money that I never read the word inductee elsewhere outside of this place. There's a very famous character in Elden Ring that says this word, and ever since I heard it, and I know sort of what it means, you know, can't help but use it. Wafa Masud Voim on YouTube asks, what's a retainer? Retainer specifically refers to two things. One is technically my standing name for people that use the Prime Gaming subscriptions on Twitch. They're technically retainers. They're like the lowest part of the paid paid privileges or paid benefits tiers. The other one, the other place where that's correct is, or that name appears is, I refer to my tier 1 patrons and coffee members as retainers at that tier. It is the $1 tier. It's a branding name, to put that more succinctly. Don't think on it too much. If you want to know what the actual meaning of the word is, like you wanted a dictionary definition, a retainer is just they're like an assistant. The modern day version of a retainer would be an aide, like an aide to a senator or a house rep or something. But retainers would often be asked to like hold equipment, or like go do a lot of other rote tasks. Yeah. So I covered both bases there, I guess is what I'm saying. Mr. Rasby says that character can be our mascot. Which character? Like a retainer? Or do you mean like the avatar of the channel or what have you? Mr. Rasby says, would a retainer do morally questionable things too? Some of them would, certainly. Mr. Jason says, speaking of borrowing things, Mr. Coin, you were watching a stream of Final Fantasy VII on Twitch, and you saw the corporation Shinra, and now my organization is a research and development division? Oh no. And that includes staff such as playtesters and troll-level advisors who cover all bases for the product. You can name the VIPs Fixers, Mr. Rasby says. Kappa. Things to think about for sure. Probably not Fixers, but I get the joke. I get the joke. I'll think of it. I'm wanting it to be, I'll think of some different jobs that, you know, old people in Norse cultures used to do, and that's probably what I'll go with for that. A lot of the motifing is like a combination of, you know, old Norse-inspired mythological things and old job descriptions in the Roman government. In the Roman system of government. So I'll think about it. I'll come up with something creative. Wafa Masud Voim says, can we just use a normal name? Well, the normal name is their VIPs. Like, you would just call them VIPs and leave it at that. That's totally fine. That's the Twitch that's the Twitch experience right there. It's fine. What are people what are the villagers freaking out for? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get into the chasm. We've done enough here. It works, like VIP works, right? But that's boring. I feel like that's boring. No offense. I'm gonna come up with something. I mean, I can't change the name of it, right? It's going to be VIP no matter what I do, but I'll think of like something on brand. All right, it's chasm time. Wafa Masud Voim says, I'm a boring person, TBH. Fair, I'm a boring person too. I totally get that. Let me sort this and get ready. Okay. So here we are in the depths at last. It's time to start marking some Lightroots, and thank goodness, if you guys have never played Tears of the Kingdom before, Mr. Shiny gave me a wonderful tip about these. All these shrines that we had gone through and mapped out here on the surface actually have corresponding Lightroots. That is not part of that region, so we're good here. This one, I'm almost sure... Oh, no. Okay, it's like on the other side of... Luckily, it's on the same side. Let me make sure I've got this correct. No, I don't want to travel there. Thank you, but no. You can just it's usually accurate. There's like a couple of Lightroots that are like maybe a couple hundred meters off from where the game says they are, but for the most part, it's pretty accurate. Mr. Rasby says, I took the coin pill today, Kappa. I see. I'm not a cult leader. I certainly hope not. Mr. Rasby. Oh, okay. This conversation is beginning to trend toward individual people. Let's not read that. Mr. Jason says to add to that, Mr. Coin, the fact from Shiny only applies to 120 of them. Okay. That's fine. You know, sometimes it just be like that. No, wrong one. Wrong one again. Let's try again. Maybe once we get some of these routes mapped out, we can, take a little bit of a mining trip. Let's see how quickly we can get that done. I'm sorry, what? Oh. We have not taken a picture of that. Good. Good. All right, let's read this. The arm of a Stalazothos that continues to struggle even in death. It can be used as a weapon, but it's very brittle. You can feel it wiggling when you strap it to your back. Nope. Nope. No wriggly weapons for me today. No, thank you. No, thank you. Not at all. No touch. No touch. All right. And I definitely have to farm ore after today. Do it like this. And then 2 more. So that's very creepy. Yeah, I mean, they make their return from, you know, Breath of the Wild, right? Like we had to use Lizalfo's arms in that game then, but the difference is that they didn't describe it as wriggling. So like the descriptions definitely got a bit better and a bit more macabre too, in Tears of the Kingdom, for better or worse. No. Oh my goodness. I can't really wriggle out of this. You just gotta deal with it. Yeah, flying is quite a treat in Tears of the Kingdom, excuse me. I was about to commit a faux pas right there. Swiper no swiping? Indeed, swiper no swiping. Moving over to YouTube a second. That is not the correct chat. Yes, your Wafa Masub Voim says you're not alone. Indeed, you're not alone. I'm sure there's definitely a place at the boring club for the boring people. Am I not turtly enough for the turtle club? Okay, that was probably a cursed impression that I should never do again. Insert the gif of insert the gif of Matthew McConaughey in that's been mapped on or superimposed onto Jesus's figure, and he's like, don't do it again. Don't do it again. That I need to have. I need to. You know what? Okay. Coin, slow down. Okay. I think I have figured out my next project for Twitch, and that is, I need to have a Rolodex of like memes that I can like cycle through as like something that I can showcase on on the stream. Just, I keep saying insert GIF here so many times. I might as well actually have the GIFs to insert, right? Or like the memes or whatever. I might as well actually do that. That'll be a way to get people to more quickly understand what I'm talking about. And, you know, sometimes I do reference an arcane meme people may have forgotten about. So, actually having the pictorial reference to go with it would make a lot of sense and help with communication, if nothing else. Mr. Rasby says, there's at least one other person here. Mm-hmm. That's a very good impression of whatever that was. It's a, God, it's not an Austin Powers bit. It's not is it the Master of Disguise? No, the thing is, it's a Michael Myers film, so I'd have to look through the list of things that Michael Myers has starred in. I could probably tell you which one it was too. Ooh, the dude with a knife? Maybe? It was like some weird disguise. Like, disguise segment. Wafa, Masood, Voim, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I really, truly, I do. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. And, with that, yeah, I'll definitely see you next stream, hopefully. And that should be tomorrow, provided nothing gets in my way. Is the stream going to be 4 hours? Yeah, as far as I know, it's going to be 4 hours. Although we're 3 hours and 56 minutes in, so we don't have that long. Thank you for making great content. Thank you for consuming the content, Wafa. I would definitely not be making the content without any of you lovely people today. Absolutely not. But do definitely take care of yourself. Raspy the Player says, you mean the movie? Oh, there's a movie called that? Interesting. I'll definitely have to Google. Yep, 4 hours long, but 4 minutes remaining. Unfortunately. I may push past 2, it just kind of depends. I want to at least get the Lightroots, if nothing else. That way I can farm and maybe mark some locations for later. Hey there, Matthew Wadey, or Matthew Wade. You'll have to tell me how I'm supposed to say that. My apologies. But hey, how's your day going, you say? Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay, for as short that is probably going to be. Thank you for asking. My day is going, just fine. It's definitely better with everyone here today. My goodness, I was not expecting Saturday turnout today. I really wasn't. I normally don't stream on weekends for the express reason that my schedule is usually busy that day. But Matthew, if you don't mind my asking, what is your experience? Like, how experienced are you with Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a new game for you? Have you beaten it once, multiple times, played it partially? I'm always curious and eager to see where, you know, new members of the audience, you know, measure up in terms of their experience with the game. It helps guide discussion, if nothing else. That game is dope. I mean, I'd like to think it's pretty dope. It's a nice video game. I enjoy my time with Tears of the Kingdom. It definitely does have its drawbacks, but for the most part, I enjoy it. Do I play Apex? Nope. I do not play Apex. My sibling plays Apex, and thank you very much for the follow, by the way. Rasby, you're gonna get me in a lot of trouble with that. Giving you rate by mischance? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. No, I am an action adventure and RPG enthusiast. That is my main cup of tea. Stuff like Xenoblade Chronicles, you know, the Tales games, stuff like that. But do I play Apex, Apex Legends? I'm pretty sure is what you're talking about. No, I do not. Why ask, Matthew? If you don't mind my asking. I take it you play Apex yourself? Do I play, I read that as Boulder Gates? Do you mean Baldur's Gate by chance? Just so I want to make sure we've got this correct here. I don't want our wires being crossed. Boulder Gates is funny, though. Yes, the sandbox version of Baldur's Gate 3, Boulder Gates. And your whole point, that would make it not be a boulder. It would, in fact, make it not a boulder. Too true. What would that make it, though? I guess it would make it a gate, huh? The Baldur's Gate version for... Yes, the Temu edition Baldur's Gate. My god. That's hilarious. My folks used to be Temu shoppers. I have managed to convince them not to invest in that scam of a company anymore, but probably a stone door, yes. Like Boulder's Gate, a gate made out of a boulder. Boulder. Cusco's poison. The poison especially chosen for Cusco. Cusco's poison. I don't know if people heard that or if I got cut off somewhere midway. I feel like I even have, there are just so many things I could do with my collection of sound bites. When you edit long-form content, you do manage to, collect a lot of, you do collect a lot of sound bites that you can make use of over the years if you're editing anything. Mr. Rasby says, I was looking away. Was that my schizophrenia or yours? I actually thought you made that noise yourself. I did. I said Cusco's poison, the poison chosen especially for Cusco. Cusco's poison, but I whispered it like this. I used a quiet voice, because the actor who voices Kronk in Emperor's New Groove, I forget his name, but I know the voice from anywhere. That was his voice line, and his delivery of it was absolutely perfect. Okay, I found our Lightroot. I think it's right over here. Sounds like he has a low talking range. Yeah, that is definitely what it is, for sure. And I am at best a baritone in terms of like my operating vocal range. And in most other cases, I am somewhere between a male tenor and like a soprano, just in terms of my speaking voice. I have had quite the... See, I did used to sing in chorus when I was, or like in gentle music and in a chorus as a middle school child. I certainly can't really sing anymore, but I need to face this the other way. I'm gonna at least go until we've gotten these Lightroots, and then we'll probably call it from there. So we've got at least that long. Man, I always find it so funny. I say something really simple or different, and my brain pattern matches something else entirely. Mr. Jason and I were talking about that a fair bit. He pulled up a really funny comment, right? He found something about someone quipping on English breakfasts, and I thought he was citing something that someone said that was like racist or whatever, and it wasn't racist. He then pointed out that it was an Americanism, or that some people think that hash browns in an English breakfast is an Americanism and is like not British or you know, yeah, not British whatsoever. Like, my mind took in a completely different direction. You did a typo? AKA, yeah, like, his talking can't get that far. Whispering? No. Then, I hear you on that. What I mean to say is that that actor's voice range, I should stop saying that, because we're talking about speaking distance here. I'm referring to his octave range. Let's see, how deep can I get here? Oh god, I'm gonna feel real weird trying to do this on stream. Yeah, it's not vocal frequency. Also, I'm doing the... Take a second, breathe, coin. Mind is starting to chug for a while. has been chugging. I've been doing the Stormwind Chicken Shuffle, or the Skyrim Shuffle. You can do it. You can do it. The Skyrim Shuffle. I can teach you. I can teach you. Here's a tissue. Or it's like I'm talking, but I'm doing something on repeat. And I'll do it on repeat until I'm done talking, and then I'll realize, oh, how long have I been circling around again? It's like a thing I did a lot as a teenage boy. Just an absolute metric ton of just not even caring about what I'm doing while I'm on voice comms with, you know, raid acquaintances and so on. And I have done it. I had done it for years, multiple years. I get very good at it. Also, where the heck am I going? I do not need to be doing this. This is way too high up. That is clip material? It is clip material. I am such an airhead sometimes. I hate it. For anyone who has ADD or like ADHD, is that an ADHD thing? You know, talking while doing something else and you don't even care or pay attention to the thing you're doing. I know that's not like a routinely ADD thing. I've seen people do that, but the overlap has to be huge, right? Mr. Rasby says big overlap. So, damn, it sounds like I really have undiagnosed ADD. I don't have the hyperactivity to go along with it, but I definitely at least probably have the attention deficit part of it. Damn, I need therapy so I can get meds to treat it. Or not treat, but help manage it. Hate that. for myself. I'm learning new things all the time about myself that I didn't know I would learn. That's better than being diagnosed with ASD because you get extra focus. ASD? Hold on, I'll Google that so you don't have to look it up or, you know, try to recall from memory. 1 second. Well, yeah, autistic spectrum disorders. Unfortunately, I'm an autist first. Unless that's like really dry sarcasm. Unfortunately, from what I understand, mental health disorders are definitely of the comorbid variety. Once you get one, you're more likely to slowly develop some additional ones over time. And especially if they go untreated. You mean meds. Yeah, that getting some extra focus would help tremendously. Not that I have issues focusing, right? At least I don't feel like I have issues. Like, if I'm actively focused on something, I'm fine. It's like when I do like 3, 4, 5 things at a time where I do definitely feel like I lose focus, so to speak. Mr. Rasby says, I almost slipped into a random rant about your own diagnosis. That's fair. Yeah, no issues having focus, just having immense issues with doing 2 things at once that your brain does automatically. What the heck is the deal with... Hold on. That feels wrong. For you, if you ever get the funds, you recommend giving it a go? For you, it was life-changing? If I get more clients with house sitting, I will for sure, you know, talk and like get something arranged for therapy. I do genuinely feel like I need it. Okay, so part of me wonders... We saw the strange glowing mushrooms, right? Part of me wonders if that is... if that's like a boss arena. So I'm gonna save and we're gonna park in the middle and see if that's what it is. If a boss does show up, I will... you know, restart the software. We'll get the remaining Lightroot. Mr. Rasby says, although the last month med changes negated the effect, not negated, but like big bad with big good. Yeah, like complications, right? Mr. Jason says that is a boss arena, but it's not activated yet. It's a temple boss, like Kuljera. Gotcha. And if I had to guess, based on the fact that we are not that far from Zora's domain, I'm willing to bet it is the water temple boss. Probably. So I wonder if flying there... Okay, flying, interfacing... So, okay, I don't see anything here, like at all. So methinks that either this is like either a feature of the water temple boss, or it could be that these strange mushrooms serve some other function. I'll be curious to see if that disappears when we go to the water temple. And we fight that whatever boss lies there. And please don't, nobody spoil what that boss is, by the way. That would really kind of suck. Let me make sure I've caught up on chat here. Mr. Rasby says, in Romania, going to the psych is free, and therapists as well if they have a contract with the public health system. Tell me about it. American healthcare is truly the most shite thing imaginable. And I am on the wrong map. Let's fix that. And you know what? I give it another decade. If I'm being generous. I give it another decade, and things will really, truly hit the fan. For a lot of Americans, myself included, this current, the way we're pogoing back and forth between people that don't care about us, but at least pretend to be nice, and people that don't care about us and are willing to be absolute jackanapes for the sake of being a jackanape is just awful. I hate it so much. We really need a third party. That's about as much as I want to say. I'm trying hard to not go political, but healthcare is one of those topics that really just makes me upset. Makes me upset. I feel like I'm constantly scraping my mind over hot coals, trying to not talk about it. It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like it's a scam. When we invite people here, we are inviting them to be scammed. Which is just such a sad take to have with your own homeland. Mr. Rasby says, how much is a plane ticket, Kappa? Save your money. Save your money. Save your money. And also, if you're not pale enough, definitely don't bother. And that's not a matter of me being racist. That's not at all what I'm trying to say here. The U.S. Border Customs has been profiling like crazy. If your skin is dark enough and you have a tattoo somewhere, they might cuff you. Don't do that. Save your money. I mean that, like, deathly serious. Mr. Rasby says, oh, here we go. Your efforts are appreciated. Thanks. I know at least three, and I'm sure that there may or may not have been some sarcasm there. You know, at least 3 friends who want to go to the U.S. a lot, and one of them did move out permanently there. Well, like, you know, our economy is bigger, right? And so the economy is bigger, right? So there's like more, there could be potentially more opportunity for advancement, possibly. I personally don't buy into that. Is it still bigger? Ask the, you know, just ask it, you know, the agent in the, sitting in the presidential desk right now. The Cheeto, you said it, not me. It's shrinking all the time. And the worst part is we can't trust anything out of an institution's mouth anymore because they're being paid to lie. Isn't that just great? This is the sort of thing that is definitely meant to splinter and fragment whole segments of countries. Like, really and truly. I'm baffled by, you know, just how much the anti-propaganda laws being removed has affected U.S. society as a whole. And really, this is Reagan's fault, right? We're talking history now, so I think I'm less bothered by the discussion. But President Ronald Reagan was famous for repealing the anti-propaganda laws. They made it so that the news could push propaganda. Like those laws were in place for a long time, and then when Reagan, signed the repealing, within 10 to 20 years, the propaganda became well and truly alive on both sides, both American left and American right. And after being absolutely ass blasted with propaganda for close to 50 years, no wonder America is crazy. No wonder we look like full-blown psychopaths, because we have people pulling us apart at the polls. Sorry, this is more political than I ever intended for this discussion to get, but at least there's some history mixed in, right? Mr. Rasby says, or asks perhaps, if the U.S. actually goes full totalitarian, will the supporters realize, or will they just roll with it? So if they go full totalitarian, what's going to happen is a American Civil War. There's going to be a second Civil War. And the reason there's going to be a second Civil War is because there's going to be too many people that have been embroiled up that right now we're in the protest stage, but there will actually be full-blown rebellions if that happens. And if that happens, you might not see me for a while, because at that point, I'm probably gonna, flee if I can help it. I'm gonna, get out of the particular chunk of the US that I'm in right now. I'm in the Bible Belt, ladies and gentlemen. We are, hella conservative over here. I've talked about the anti-therapy sometimes from talking to folks in this side of the dividing line in the US, or in the outlines of the Bible Belt. I've talked about it a fair bit. It's truly, being politically isolated is certainly an experience, is what I will say. You don't truly know how bad that loneliness feels until not only do you not have people you share common interests with, you don't have anyone you share common values with. It's problematic. It's part of why that sounds horrible. Look, it's not as horrible as people starving or literally dying in regional conflicts or even civil war, like the Ethiopian one. I do not have it as bad as other people do, and I'm being deathly serious about that. But those problems, for me, are halfway across the globe. I can talk about them. I can feel for my Ethiopian and Tigrayan counterparts who just want the violence to stop. I can feel for the Ukrainians that are constantly under attack. I can feel for the Palestinian and Gazan people and the innocent Israelis being roped up into evil government shenanigans. I feel for everyone that has had these regional conflicts as of late. But they're still halfway across the globe. All I can do is talk. And that doesn't mean very much. And I have my own issues that are, to me, they're a bigger deal. And they're a bigger deal not because the wars are a smaller deal, but because there's nothing I can do. I can give my condolences. I can provide comfort to the people from those regions that come here and want a chance to air out their grievances. I think I can do that reasonably, but I can only talk about the things that aren't close to home for so long. Truly. Mr. Rasby says, well, it's definitely still a valid issue. It's part of that. It's part of what I'm gonna put into the upcoming vlog, like that deep dark place. That's why I missed Wednesday and Thursday streams. Not so much Wednesday. Wednesday was like a wellness thing, but Thursday was definitely a, oh my god, I felt like I had nothing. I felt so depressed and so soul crushed that it wasn't funny. I managed to talk myself out of it eventually, and I had discussions with a couple of other people as well, but that takes its toll on a person. Mr. Rasby goes on to say, otherwise, if we use that system, my issues are much less valid because of the privileges and types of suffering. Well, that we run into, like, intersectionality, right? Like, it's interesting that you say that, and I should be marking shrines while this is happening. Can I, like... It looks like I can probably... No, I should already be able to see that particular shrine. I've already marked it. Have I really gotten them all? Not shrine, Lightroot. Sorry, I'll definitely respond in just a moment. I need to, like, make sure I'm paying attention here. Yeah, okay, so these are all, like, the regular Lightroots, and we'll have to get the one in, like, a separate region, momentarily. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. We're going to ignore that because we wouldn't be having another break at this point. So let me go ahead and disable a couple of things. Just a couple. Okay. I think I've taken care of those. I'm trying to think of where I was. That was a pretty unfortunate interruption of the train of thought there. I guess since my thought's been interrupted, I'll read this. Maybe it's time to focus on your own interests. I already sort of do. If you can't affect the wars across the globe, you can at least get meaning by living. I mean, I do. I don't have deep knowledge on most of the regional conflicts. It's whatever I've heard in news headlines over the years. And the Ethiopian Tigrayan civil war is not a recent development. It's been going on for a couple of years now. So the conflicts I'm citing, for the most part, are also kind of like old news. There are new developments, and I know some of them, but I don't have like an intrinsic focus on them. If it comes across like I do, I definitely don't. This is the case where me, the round white boy, is definitely doing the stereotypical white person thing of talking and gabbing a lot on things he knows almost nothing about. That's what's happening here, for sure. But going back to the other statement you made about the types of suffering and privileges because of, the logic I cited earlier, that's the whole thing about intersectionality, right? So, in modern schools of thought, intersectionality more or less says, here are all the different labels that I have, these different attributes that belong to me, either through my lived experience or the people I associate with, and they help form the complete picture. So, I'm not straight, as much as I'm going to say here. I'm Christian. I'm white. I'm American. and my political leanings don't really match any of the neighbors around me. These kind of like 5 things that I pointed out here would make up my intersectional identity, right? Intersectionality, when applied appropriately, kind of like helps describe a whole person. You can be of one group while simultaneously understanding a different group. Your lived experience is like the sum total of those things. When people say intersectionality in more buzzword sort of context, or when we've moved past what the clerical definition of intersectionality is, you get into something that's called intersectional privilege. Intersectional privilege is like, you know, even though I'm not straight, oh, and I guess being an autist is like another pillar of intersectional identity. Me being white and Christian and American they're like oppressor classes. I have or fit the bill of certain oppressor classes. And I should feel bad about the fact that I am a man, I am white, and I'm American and Christian, and I should feel some amount of guilt for the amount of privilege that I quote-unquote have, right? That's what... When most people say intersectionality, they're not using it for... You just came back and you hear lots of identifiers? I see. Yeah, I was addressing your previous statement of... by your logic, your issues are quote-unquote much less valid because of the privileges and types of suffering. And that led me to talk about intersectionality and how people generally tend to use the term. And it's very much not the clerical definition of this is the net total or net sum of my identity. And here are all the unique things about my identity that make me a unique person. It's here are all the different types of guilt I should have because I fit this, and those check marks, those boxes. I'm just not straight. I'm autistic. But I am white, male, Christian, and American. And so I fit 4 of the oppressor check boxes. And so I should feel abject guilt when talking about any issue ever. Like if I enter spaces that are... If I enter a normal space, that's one thing. But if I enter a space that is not held by Americans, it's held by a different nationality of people, or if the total aggregate of people, or the aggregate of people that I'm entering the space of are non-white, I should keep my mouth shut. Because I'm a white man speaking on, other people's issues. There's a whole... There's like certain levels of sense that makes, but it is also used mainly to shut down conversation. More than anything. It's used a lot to shut down conversation instead of having an earnest discussion about what intersectionality is supposed to mean. You go on to say, you don't want to interrupt, but is the battery infinite? Nope. But you can refill it using a large charge. And in particular, you even get a period where you have a sort of like overcharge where it'll deplete that first. Instead of your real battery. Thank you for checking in about that, though. I maybe would not have paid attention, and I probably would have wondered why it was crashing to the ground, or it only registered it seconds before I started to fall. So I went on a whole diatribe about intersectionality, right? So let me tie that back in to the political isolation I'm experiencing. And it would be one thing if it were, it's not just having people that are to the far right of where I sit, right? Like, I talked about the Bible Belt and the fact that I live, like, most people here live and breathe conservative in, multiple different tints or shades, but they are conservative. They're American conservative right? But I also have pockets of people, some of which include my real life friends. What the hell? Wow, I did not know frogs could jump that high. We're learning new things all the time, everybody. I was not expecting that to happen. Where was I? Let me go ahead and, like, pop a couple of, short charges here. And that should get us the rest of the way down. But among my real-life friends, right, they're further left than I am. I would describe myself as a moderate liberal. Like, I'm part of the American left insofar as I am your, bog standard American. He said the charges would be enough, and then they definitely weren't. How would I describe you, Mr. Raspy? I could not say. And the reason I could not say is because you don't subscribe to American politics. You don't adhere to American philosophical or American politico-philosophical values. You operate on a wholly different system. Whatever would pass for Romanian politics. But what about on general left or right values? I also couldn't answer that. I feel like you're probably somewhere close to me, maybe not exactly where I sit, but I would describe you purely or neither. Let me call what the left and right what they actually are, because I think too often left and right are pejorative. What I mean is, I wouldn't describe you as a collectivist or a individualist. Most people are not purely one of those. Most people have or tend to lean one way or another, but can certainly, have individualist or collectivist, like, tendencies that don't line up with their value. Mr. Rasby says, oh, I see. You feel like my value system is incompatible or different? Oh my god, I interrupted exactly when you said I wouldn't describe you. Can you repeat? You hadn't heard anything because you refreshed? No problem, Mr. Rasby. Thank you for speaking up. Let me go back and start over then. When it comes to, like, placing you on the political compass, I would have a hard time with that in terms of general left or general right, because I feel like you're similar to myself in that I would class you as neither left nor right, or slightly left or slightly right. And when you get to slightly of anything, it's really hard to, like, parse the difference. Also, insofar as we're talking about politics, right? I am an adherent of the two-axis political compass, which means it's not just collectivist versus individualist. It is also authoritarian versus libertarian. Those represent the tops and bottoms of the axes. Yeah, so I would describe you more on the libertarian end of that compass, but left or right, I wouldn't know where to place you, like at all. I only feel as confident as I do about my placement because I actually took a different test. Not a 2 compass or not a 2 axes test. I took the 9 axes test. Let me see if I can't find it. I have the label around here somewhere. Not gonna flash that label. I just want to make sure I actually have it so I know what I'm talking about. This was months ago. I took it. I swore I took this before the election and maybe slightly after as like part of my political awakening. That's on my personal server. Yes. Oh, it cut off right before the label. Yeah, the 9 axes test. I mean, it's not all political tests are kind of shams, right? When I say shams, what I mean is they're not. You should not use them as bellwethers. It's fine for a label. It's fine for labeling, you know, kind of get a sense of how you feel on values, but all political tests are designed to overgeneralize situations. It's designed to do that so it can sort you. So I take it with a grain of salt. But according to the 9 axes test, I would definitely be considered a liberal. How much of one kind of truly depends. Like you could cross-reference a number of tests, really, but at the end of the day, I believe that most people, I believe that all people should have rights. I believe that the use of technology is incredibly important, but not so important that we should, you know, cause destruction to the environment. Not only that, but I do believe in the use of military force to achieve objectives, but only if those objectives are just. Like, there are like 9 broad classes of values that make up the 9 axes political test, and that's more or less kind of what I'm citing here. But the point is just, there's like, for the most part, I feel like I'm pretty measured compared to some of my peers. And the results of my test would definitely not measure up to the results of other people taking said test. I do feel political isolation for that reason. Even if I generally agree with resisting the current administration in the U.S., I do not necessarily agree with how far the resistance should go. It's predicated by what the U.S. government decides to do. And all bets are off if the Great Divorce happens, aka a civil war. Mr. Rasby says, I bet I make for a good dictator. Good dictator, Kappa. Maybe. Nah. Most people that would make for a good dictator are not the ones that would readily admit to that. They are usually sociopaths. So, or psychopaths. Take your pick. No. We need the answer. If only if it were that simple. Mr. Rasby says, personally, I don't have stances on big topics, and you try to keep yourself as neutral as you can, or more of an outsider. I wish I could say that. I'm more of the, I know where my stance is, but I typically don't take a hardline stance on things. I try to have more of a soft stance, because usually the things that I have a stance on are not really things I can impact in the first place. So at most they're like, this is my outlook on it, but I want to hear what other people have to say. You know, I try to leave myself some room for convincing, or, you know, proof for my mind to be changed. I try to be flexible. That's not always a good thing, by the way. Like, that strategy definitely has flaws, but that strategy definitely has flaws, but it's what I've chosen to live by, and I think it's a pretty good strategy, all things considered. It's kept me sane, and has prevented me from falling into various echo chambers, you know, throughout the entirety of the friend groups I have. Mr. Raspy says, my stances are, we don't know things, we can't be confident on stuff, comma, people can't ultimately go against their best interests. Humans are naturally good. I fight for understanding on both sides, not one side. I would definitely say most of the same things myself. I guess I would be more confident on stuff I don't know, but... And I'm sure there's a lot of other subtle distinctions we could make there as well, but I'd like to feel like I match up pretty well. You go on to say you grew up being the bad person, but you knew you weren't a bad person. I wouldn't say that. So that's why you play devil's advocate. I mean, that's just being a contrarian, right? Like, at minimum, that's just being a contrarian. But, like, even being a contrarian has its benefits. It just doesn't come across that way as a young person. Like, you don't quite get why you're a contrarian yet, or why you have a tendency to be one. But I think there's plenty of value to be had in that. I really, truly do. Contrarians challenge the status quo. They're the Galileos and the Copernicuses of our time. I think there's tremendous value in challenging the status quo. You go on to say, I mean, irrespective if you end up contrarian or not. Yeah, no, I get that. You don't take any stance fully. That's just maintaining flexibility. At least that's how I see it anyway. We've definitely had a lot of food for thought today. You're also allowed to drop this stance. Yeah, you highly value flexibility. Exactly. The flexibility is the greatest strength you have, so you want to leverage it. I totally get that. We can maybe talk about what flexibility, if I can wait for a few minutes, you'll start streaming yourself. Okay, I can do that. In the meantime, I'm gonna maybe talk about, just maybe drop a post in here when you're getting ready to go live, and I could probably give you, I could give you our audience for today. Let's make sure Twitch, is doing the thing. Okay, Twitch seems to be up to date, so yeah. Well, guys, I think that is gonna do it for today's episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It's been a fun one. We've had a lot of interesting conversations. Both surface and deep. Both surface and deep. I enjoyed everyone's company today. We'll be back at this tomorrow as part of the makeup stream. I have that on the calendar. If you guys want to see that calendar, It'll be in the Discord. I'll go ahead and do that here. Please come on in. Feel free to, like, introduce yourselves, get comfortable. The onboarding is fully automatic and everything. So, you know, we post pictures. We occasionally chat it up with each other. I look forward to seeing everyone's friendly faces in the Discord. I am looking to cultivate this community, but it takes a lot of real sweat and elbow grease. Oh, also, I guess I should probably make sure I've done a shout out here, Interesting. Not sure what Autonauts is, but maybe we'll find out today. Let me make sure. I'll have to... I don't think I have you in the follow list. Let me take a look. Yeah, I do not. So I will need to manually... I will need to manually pull up that stream. Stream's gonna get crunchy for a second. 1 minute. No worries. So, tomorrow. Let's talk about tomorrow. Because we more or less have done... we've more or less have accomplished what we wanted to accomplish. Tomorrow we'll be entering into, Necluda. Not Necluda, I'm sorry, that would be Lanayru. We'll be entering into Lanayru, we'll be getting the tower, we'll be doing all the fun things, and we'll go back for this shrine as well before, you know, starting the overworld Koroks. We're almost halfway through them, if you could believe that. We're slowly carving through this game, one region at a time. I feel like we're gonna approach halfway real soon. That's despite not having done too many more of the, main story related items. I feel pretty good about our progress. And then after that, you know, our capacity for going into Kala is going to depend on what you guys have to say. We'll have until we wrap up Lanayru, I suppose. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to start at about the same time, so about 10:30 in the morning. That's when I've published the event on the calendar for. So I'm going to try to have the stuff prepared and ready to go by then. And I'll also have to re-record that vlog. We've got quite a few things to look forward to, I think. I have to check this now. Okay, so the chat is active. Or I should say he is active. So I will go ahead and set this up. In the meantime, I'd like to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. You guys have been great. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. For you guys on YouTube, that's it. I don't really have anything else for you. Thank you so much. And please make sure to check out the description for all of the for the Linktree link. That's where you'll find everything else. For you guys on Twitch, also the video player will have the Linktree link. It'll be right underneath that player. Please feel free to check it out. My name is Coinstamp. We're going to go give Mr. Rasby some attention. And, you know, support his streaming career. My senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Do stay safe out there. Do take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.